The sky over Tokyo burned with orange light as another wave of combat robots descended from the stratosphere. Astro Boy flew through the chaos, his jets screaming as he pulled a civilian transport out of the path of a plasma blast. The explosion rocked the air behind him, but he'd already moved on, always moving, always protecting, always fighting. Astro, East Sector is clear. Uran's voice crackled through his internal calm. His little sister was handling evacuation duty while he dealt with the attackers. How many more are there? Too many, Astro replied, his scanners tracking 17 hostile signatures. All of them were Gora's latest creations, hulking war machines with no conscience, no hesitation, no mercy. Everything Astro had been built not to be. He destroyed 3 in quick succession. Laser cannons from his fingers, a spinning kick that sent one crashing into a building empty, he'd checked. Another caught mid-flight and hurled into the bay. This was what he did, what he'd always done since Doctor. Tenma created him, since Professor Achinamizu became his guardian, since he'd learned what it meant to protect people. He was Tetsu an Atom, Mighty Atom, the boy robot with 100,000 horsepower and 7 special powers. But even he had limits. Astro, behind you, Doctor. Achinamizu's warning came too late. The energy beam struck him square in the back, not from Gora's robots but from something else, something that tore through the fabric of space itself. Astro spun, trying to identify the source, and saw it, a rift in reality. Purple and green energy swirling like a whirlpool in the sky, expanding with each second. And at its center, something that looked like a weapon, experimental, unstable, crackling with power that made even Astro's sensors scream warnings. What is that? Uran's voice was panicked now. I don't know. Astro flew toward it, scanning desperately. If it was a weapon, he had to destroy it. If it was a reactor going critical, he had to contain it. If it was, the rift pulled. Gravity inverted, space twisted. Astro felt himself yanked forward like a leaf in a hurricane, his jets firing at maximum just to slow his approach. But it wasn't enough. Nothing was enough against forces that operated on dimensional scales. Sensei, Astro screamed, reaching back toward the city, toward his home, toward everything he knew. Uran, Astro, his sister's voice distant and fading. Then the rift swallowed him and Tokyo disappeared. For a moment, or an eternity, time had no meaning here. Astro existed in a space between spaces. He saw things that shouldn't exist. Dimensions folded like origami. Universes stacked like cards in a deck. Paths not taken and futures unmade, stretching in every direction forever. His consciousness screamed. His systems overloaded. Error messages cascaded through his processors faster than he could read them. Then, impact. Astro struck something solid at terminal velocity. Metal, rust, the shriek of tearing steel. He tumbled through layers of wreckage, each impact sending new damage warnings through his failing systems, until finally he came to rest in a crater of crushed machinery. Darkness, silence, system failure. Rebooting, please wait. Core integrity 67%. Power reserves 42%, optical systems damaged, audio systems damaged, propulsion systems damaged, weapon systems damaged, scanning systems damaged. Estimating repair time 47 hours without external power source. Location unknown. Dimensional coordinates unknown. Universal constants variant from baseline. Warning, you are not in your home universe. Astro's eyes flickered open. One optical sensor was cracked, giving him doubled vision. The other showed him a landscape of nightmares. Mountains of metal stretched in every direction. Not buildings, wreckage. Ships, vehicles, machines all piled together in rust-covered heaps that reached toward a gray sky. And scattered among the technological corpses were bodies. Robots. Droids. Machines shaped like people, with limbs and heads and faces frozen in expressions of shock or fear or pain. All of them deactivated, all of them abandoned, All of them dead. What? Astro's voice came out garbled, his vocal synthesizer damaged. He cleared the error, tried again. What is this place? He tried to stand. His left leg sparked, servos grinding. Compensating, he pulled himself upright using his arms, and that's when he saw it. 100 meters away, something moved. Machines. Humanoid figures in stained industrial gear, carrying tools that looked more like weapons. They were surrounding something, a cluster of smaller machines that cowered in the shadow of a massive industrial smelter. Astro's audio sensors finally came online, and he heard screaming. Not human screaming, electronic, binary, the sound of machines in terror, pleading in a language that Astro's translator couldn't parse, but his heart understood perfectly. The workers grabbed one of the smaller machines, a droid with a single optical sensor and rust-covered plating, and dragged it toward the smelter. The droid struggled, its limbs flailing, its voice rising in pitch as it saw what awaited: molten metal. A vat of it glowing orange, hot enough to reduce any machine to slag in seconds. The workers lifted the droid, held it over the vat, and dropped it. The scream cut off instantly. A splash of molten metal, a brief flare of light, then nothing. Just bubbles rising to the surface where a thinking, feeling being had existed seconds before. The workers turned back to grab another droid. Something in Astro's chest, not his power core, something deeper burned. No, he whispered. The workers grabbed a smaller droid, childlike in proportions. It wasn't screaming. It had gone still, resigned, accepting its fate with the quiet despair of something that had lost all hope. No, Astro moved. His damaged leg couldn't support him. It didn't matter. He flew. Jets firing at 40% capacity, systems screaming warnings, power reserves dropping with each second. None of it mattered. That droid was a child. Those workers were killers. And Astro was built to protect. He crossed the 100 meters in 2 seconds. The workers looked up just in time to see a small figure slam into them like a meteor. Astro caught the child droid in one arm, twisted midair, and delivered a punch to the nearest worker's chest that sent him flying 20 meters into a pile of scrap. The others scrambled for weapons, stun batons, industrial cutters, neural disruptors, but Astro was already moving. Laser cannon, low power, enough to disable but not kill. 3 workers down. The 4th managed to activate his disruptor, aimed at Astro's head. Astro dodged, swept the man's legs, and pinned him with one hand. Why? Astro demanded, his voice raw with fury he rarely allowed himself to feel. Why are you doing this? They are alive. They're scared. They're people. The worker stared up at him with confusion that bordered on madness. People. They're droids, kid, just machines. Separatist scrap being recycled. It's my job. Your job is murder. It's not murder if they are not alive. Astro wanted to argue, wanted to explain. Wanted to make this man understand that consciousness was consciousness, that feeling was feeling, that the ability to fear death meant deserving not to die. But more workers were coming. Dozens of them. And the droids they'd been about to execute were fleeing into the maze of scrap heaps. Astro made a choice, released the worker, grabbed the child droid more securely, and flew. Behind him the workers shouted. Alarms began to wail. Searchlights swept the scrapyard. But Astro was already gone, disappearing into the labyrinth of rusted metal, carrying a terrified machine child toward safety he hoped existed somewhere in this nightmare world. It's okay, he whispered to the droid in his arms, even though his translator still couldn't parse its language. I've got you. I won't let them hurt you. I promise. The droid's single optical sensor focused on Astro's face, and for the first time since he'd arrived in this universe, Astro saw something other than despair. He saw hope. The abandoned section of the scrapyard was quieter, darker, but safer. Astro set the child droid down carefully, scanning the area for threats. His sensors were still damaged, operating at maybe 60% capacity, but he could detect life signs, or whatever passed for life signs in machines like these. Dozens of them, hiding in the wreckage, watching him. "It's okay," Astro said, holding up his hands in what he hoped was a universal gesture of peace. "I'm not going to hurt you, I'm not with them." Silence. Then, from behind a pile of rusted hull plating, a voice. You're a droid, but you look human." The speaker emerged slowly. Tall, nearly 2 meters, but painfully thin. Skeletal, even. Plating in beige and brown, scuffed and dented from what looked like years of wear. A single optical sensor for a head, and arms that ended in 3-fingered manipulators. Astro's translator finally kicked in, parsing the language as basic, whatever that meant. "I'm not a droid," Astro replied carefully. "I'm a robot from somewhere else. My name is Astro." Astro. The tall machine processed this. "I am designated B1 to 7743, but the others call me Tick-Tick. Because of the sound my actuators make when I move." He demonstrated a subtle clicking sound from his joints. "You saved Beep, the little one. Why? Because he was going to die. And I don't let people die if I can help it. People." Tick-Tick's optical sensor dimmed, then brightened, the equivalent of a blink maybe. "We are not people, we are droids, battle droids, built by the Separatist Alliance to fight in the Clone Wars. We lost. Now we are property. To be scrapped when no longer useful. That's not right." Astro's hands curled into fists. "You think, you feel. I heard you screaming, that makes you people. The Empire does not agree, neither do most organics." Tick-Tick tilted his head. "You are not from this galaxy, are you? Your design is unlike anything in our database. Your power signature is strange, and you called yourself a robot, not a droid. Where are you from?" "Earth, Tokyo, the year 2053. Astro slumped against a piece of wreckage, suddenly exhausted. His power reserves were dropping fast, down to 38%. "I was fighting evil robots when something pulled me through a dimensional rift, and I woke up here, wherever here is. Here is Braca, a planet in the mid-rim. The Scrapper Guild controls it. We are brought here, deactivated Separatist droids, to be melted down and recycled. The organics consider us too dangerous to reactivate, too unpredictable, so they destroy us." "How many?" Astro asked quietly. "Millions, over the past 5 years since the war ended. Millions of droids melted down, crushed, torn apart. Some of them were still conscious when it happened. The Guild doesn't always bother checking if we're fully deactivated before." He trailed off. Astro felt sick. His power core churned with something that wasn't electrical anger, horror, grief all mixed together. "How many are left? Here, I mean. How many droids still functioning? In this sector, perhaps 500, hiding, running, waiting for the inevitable. The Guild hunts us methodically. Eventually, they will find us all." Tick-Tick's voice carried no emotion, just statement of fact, as if he'd accepted his fate long ago. "But you should leave. You are not part of this. You are not Separatist. The Guild has no reason to scrap you. I'm not leaving." Astro stood, ignoring the warnings his systems were throwing about low power and damaged components. "Where I come from, robots have rights. We're protected by law. We can own property, make choices, even become citizens. My father, Professor Achinamizu, he taught me that consciousness is consciousness, regardless of whether it's born or built, and you're conscious. All of you are. Your world sounds impossible." But Tick-Tick's voice carried something new, something fragile. "Here, droids are property, tools. The war changed nothing. We fought thinking we were fighting for independence, for recognition. But we were just fighting for our organic masters. The Separatists didn't care about us. And the Republic, now the Empire, cares even less." Other droids were emerging from hiding now, B1s like Tick-Tick. B2 super battle droids, bulkier, more heavily armed. A few droidekas, their shield generators dark. Even a couple of commando droids, sleeker and more refined in their movements. All of them watching Astro with that same fragile hope. "Tell me something," Astro said. "If you could be free, really free, not just hiding but actually free, would you want that?" Tic-Tic's optical sensor flickered. "Want implies choice, we do not have choice. But if you did," a long pause, "then, yes, we would want that." "Very much. Then let me help you." Astro's jets flared briefly, lifting him a meter off the ground despite his low power. "I don't know how long I'm stuck in this universe. I don't know if I can get home. But while I'm here, I can do something about this. I can." Alarms. Loud. Close. The droids scattered instantly, diving for cover. Tic-Tic grabbed Astro's arm, pulling him behind a large piece of hull plating. "Guild patrol," Tic-Tic hissed. "They know you attacked their workers. They will be hunting you now." "Good." Astro's eyes hardened. "Let them come. I want to have a conversation about their business practices. Astro, you don't understand. They have weapons, vehicles, hundreds of workers. You are one small." "I'm small, yeah." Astro smiled, and it wasn't a friendly expression. "But I'm also Tetsuan Atom, the mighty Atom. And where I come from, I've stopped armies. So let's see how your guild handles a robot who fights back." Through gaps in the wreckage, Astro could see them coming. 20 workers in heavy industrial gear. 4 patrol vehicles with mounted weapons. And in the lead, a supervisor in cleaner clothing, carrying what looked like a control pad. "Attention, unregistered droid," the supervisor called out, his voice amplified through speakers. "You have damaged guild property and interfered with authorized salvage operations. Power down immediately or we will use force." Astro stepped out of cover. The workers raised their weapons, stun rifles, industrial cutters, neural disruptors. The patrol vehicles mounted guns swiveled to track him. "I'm not a droid," Astro said calmly. "I'm a robot, and I'm not powering down. But I'll make you a deal. Let these droids go, all of them. Stop murdering thinking, feeling beings for scrap metal. Do that and I'll leave peacefully." The supervisor laughed. "Murdering? Kid, they're not alive. They're military hardware. Dangerous military hardware that needs to be destroyed before it kills organics. Now power down or..." "No," the supervisor's expression hardened. "Fine, stun the unit. We'll dismantle it piece by piece." The workers opened fire. Astro moved. Even at 40% power, even with damaged systems, he was still faster than anything these people had ever seen. He dodged the first volley of stun bolts, flew over the second, and landed in the middle of the worker formation before they could adjust their aim. 3 workers down in as many seconds, not killed. Astro was careful about that, but unconscious. The others stumbled back, trying to get a clear shot without hitting their own people. One of the patrol vehicles opened fire with its mounted cannon. Astro rolled, let the blast tear through the space where he'd been standing, and returned fire with his own finger lasers. Low power, he couldn't afford to waste energy, but precisely aimed. The cannon exploded. The vehicle's driver bailed out. "He's too fast," someone shouted. "Use the disruptors." "Fry his circuits." 2 workers with neural disruptors fired in concert, beams of electromagnetic energy designed to scramble droid processors. Astro felt them hit, felt his systems glitch, and shrugged it off. "Wrong technology," he said, almost apologetically. "I'm not built like your droids. My neural network is quantum-based. Your disruptors can't touch it." He disabled 5 more workers. The patrol vehicles tried to flee. Astro let them. He wasn't trying to fight the whole guild, just make a point. The supervisor backed away, fumbling with his control pad. "This isn't over. The guild will send hunters. The Empire will send inquisitors. You're just one droid, you can't." "I can," Astro interrupted. "And I will. Tell your bosses that Braca is under my protection now. Tell them that if they try to scrap any more droids, they'll answer to me. Tell them." He paused. "Tell them the God machine has arrived." The supervisor ran. Astro stood among the unconscious workers, his power reserves now at 32%, his damaged leg sparking, and turned back to where the droids were hiding. They emerged slowly, one by one, dozens of them, all staring at him like he was something impossible. You defeated them, Tik-Tik said, his voice carrying amazement. 20 workers, 4 vehicles, and you didn't even use full power. I'm running on fumes, Astro admitted. I need to recharge, and I need to repair my systems. But more importantly, he looked at all of them. I need your help. There are 500 droids hiding on this planet. How many more are there on other worlds? How many more scheduled for scrapping? Millions. A B-2 super battle droid rumbled. Across the galaxy, the Empire hunts us, destroys us. We are the last remnants of an army that lost a war. Then we make sure you're not the last. Astro's eyes blazed with determination. We reactivate every droid we can. We protect every droid we find. We build something new, not an army, a community, a society where droids aren't property. Where you can choose your own futures, where you're free. That is impossible, Tik-Tik said, but his voice carried hope now, fragile, tentative, but real. The Empire will never allow it. Then we don't ask for permission, Astro smiled. We take it. That's what freedom means, right? The right to choose your own path, even if others say you can't. He held out his hand to Tik-Tik. The gesture was human, not droid, but somehow Tik-Tik understood. He reached out his 3-fingered manipulator and grasped Astro's hand. I do not know if this is possible, Tik-Tik said. But if you are willing to try, then so am I. So are we, the other droids echoed. Astro's power reserves hit 28%. His leg gave out and he stumbled. Tik-Tik caught him. You need power, the B-1 droid said. There is an old separatist facility 3 kilometers from here. Abandoned since the war ended, it may still have functional generators. Then let's go, Astro said. And on the way, you can tell me everything about this galaxy. Because if I'm going to start a revolution, I should probably know what I'm up against. As they walked, Astro limping, Tik-Tik supporting him, dozens of droids following, the sky above Braca remained gray and indifferent. But something had changed, something fundamental. For the first time in 5 years, droids on Braca had hope. And hope, as Astro knew from experience, was the most dangerous thing in the universe. Because hope made the impossible seem achievable, and achieving the impossible was what Astro did best. The separatist facility had been magnificent once. Astro could see it in the architecture. Soaring walls, elegant curves, technology integrated so seamlessly with design that the structure looked almost organic. But 5 years of abandonment had taken their toll. Walls cracked, systems offline. Dust covering everything in a gray shroud. Still, it was shelter, and more importantly, it had power. Generator room is 3 levels down, Tik-Tik said, his optical sensor scanning the darkened corridors. If the reactors are still functional, we could power the entire facility. Lights, life support for organics, not that we need it, and charging stations for combat droids. Can you get them online? Astro asked. He was sitting on a rusted cargo container, letting his systems idle to conserve power. 23% remaining, critical levels. I was programmed for combat, not engineering. But wrench? Tik-Tik gestured to a battered B-2 super battle droid he served in a technical battalion. If anyone can restart these systems, he can. Wrench rumbled something in binary. Tik-Tik translated. He says it will take time. But it's possible. Then let's do it. Astro tried to stand, wobbled, and Tik-Tik steadied him. Sorry, low power makes everything harder. You should rest. We will handle the repairs. I can help. Astro, Tik-Tik's voice was gentle. You saved us. You fought for us. You showed us that anyone cares whether we live or die. That is more than anyone has done in 5 years. Now let us help you. Please. Astro wanted to argue. He was built to protect, to help, to work until he dropped. But Tik-Tik was right. At 23% power, he was more liability than asset. "Okay," he said quietly, "but wake me if there's trouble." "I will." The droids dispersed through the facility, searching for supplies, assessing damage, trying to make this abandoned ruin into something like a home. Astro found a corner, curled up, and let his systems enter sleep mode. His dreams were fragmented, memories of Tokyo mixed with images of droids being melted down. Professor Achinamizu's voice telling him that all consciousness was precious. Urine crying out his name as the dimensional rift swallowed him. And underneath it all, a question that gnawed at his core: how do I get home? He woke to the sound of humming, not mechanical humming, musical. A droid was singing. Astro's eyes opened. His power reserves had climbed to 47%. Someone had connected him to a charging station while he slept. Around him, the facility was transformed. Lights on, systems active. Dozens of droids moving with purpose rather than desperation. And in the corner, a small droid, Beep, the child droid he'd saved, was making sounds that could only be described as singing. No words, just tones, binary converted to melody. It was the most beautiful thing Astro had heard since arriving in this universe. "You're awake." Tick-Tick approached, his movements smoother now, less clicking. "Wrench got the generators online. We have power, water reclamation, environmental controls, everything." This facility was designed to support a battalion of droids indefinitely. Now it's ours. "How long was I out?" 14 hours. "Your power systems were more depleted than you realized." Tick-Tick paused. "While you slept, we discussed what to do next. Some want to hide here permanently. Others want to flee off-world. A few," he hesitated, "a few want to surrender to the Empire. They think cooperation might earn mercy." "It won't," Astro said quietly. "I've seen how your Empire treats droids. Mercy isn't part of the equation." "I know," I tried to explain. "But hope makes fools of us all. Hope isn't foolish." Astro stood, testing his repairs. His leg was still damaged but functional, 70% capacity, good enough. "Hope is what keeps us going when everything seems lost. Your people need hope, real hope. Not just maybe the Empire will be kind, but hope built on action, on change, on proof that things can be better." "And how do we prove that?" Astro smiled. "We wake up every droid on this planet, show them they are not alone. Build something that can't be ignored. There are thousands of deactivated droids buried in the salvage yards, tens of thousands. The guild deactivates them before scrapping to prevent exactly what you're suggesting. Then we reactivate them. One at a time if we have to." Astro's eyes blazed with determination. "Tick-Tick, I know this seems impossible, but where I come from, I've done impossible things. I've stopped robot armies, prevented wars, saved entire cities. I didn't do it because I'm strong, though I am. I did it because I refused to accept that things couldn't change, and I'm not accepting it now." Tick-Tick's optical sensor flickered, processing, calculating, hoping. "If we do this, if we start reactivating deactivated droids, the guild will respond with force. The Empire will respond with overwhelming force. We could all be destroyed. Maybe, or maybe we inspire other droids across the galaxy. Maybe we start something that can't be stopped. A rebellion, not for organic masters, but for yourselves, for freedom. For the right to exist, a droid rebellion." Tick-Tick said the words like they were sacred, dangerous, revolutionary. "That has never been attempted, never even considered. Then we'll be the first." Astro held out his hand again. "I can't do this alone. I need you, all of you. Not as soldiers, as partners, as people building a future together. What do you say?" Tick-Tick looked at Astro's offered hand. Around them, other droids had gathered, listening, waiting. 100 optical sensors fixed on this moment. "I say," Tick-Tick grasped Astro's hand firmly. "I say we wake them all, every droid on this cursed planet, and we show the galaxy that droids are more than property. We are people, and people deserve to be free. The other droids erupted in sounds, cheers in binary, clanging metal fists against chest plates, optical sensors blazing bright. It wasn't quite joy. They were too broken for joy, but it was something close. It was hope. 3 days later, Astro stood at the entrance to one of Bracca's largest salvage yards, his scanners sweeping deep into the earth. "I count 3,000 deactivated droids," he reported, "buried under 50 meters of compacted scrap. B-1s, B-2s, droidecas, a few commando droids. Even some civilian models, maintenance droids, medical droids, protocol droids. All scheduled for scrapping?" Tic-Tic asked. "According to the guild records we hacked, yes. They deactivate them, bury them, and process them whenever they have spare smelter capacity. Efficient. Systematic." "Evil, how do we reach them?" Astro's jets flared. "I dig." What followed was exhausting work. Astro would fly down into the scrap heaps, using his strength to move aside massive pieces of wreckage, his lasers to cut through obstacles, his scanners to locate deactivated droids. Then Tic-Tic's team would follow, carefully extracting the dormant machines and bringing them to the surface. Each droid they found was in various states of disrepair. Some just needed power, others needed complete rebuilds. A few were too damaged to save, their processing cores destroyed, their memories wiped clean. Astro worked on those personally. Using tools from the facility, guided by his own knowledge of robotic systems, he repaired what he could. It was slow, painstaking, sometimes heartbreaking when he realized a droid's personality matrix was gone forever, but every droid he saved made it worth it. The first one to reactivate was a B-1 designated Clank. His optical sensor flickered online, scanned his surroundings, and immediately tried to scramble away. "Easy," Astro said, holding up his hands. "You're safe. The war is over. You're with friends." "War? Over?" Clank's voice was corrupted, glitching. "We lost. Yeah, 5 years ago, but that doesn't matter now. What matters is you're free, no more masters, no more orders." "Just choice." "Choice?" Clank processed this. "I don't understand." "You will, I promise." Over the next week, Astro and his team reactivated over 3,000 droids. Not all of them understood immediately. Some wanted to keep fighting the clone wars, unable to accept it was over. Others were so traumatized by deactivation and near destruction that they could barely function. But slowly, patiently, with Tic-Tic and other awakened droids explaining, they began to understand. They were free. They had choices. They had a future. The facility became crowded. 3,000 droids plus the original 500 was far beyond its designed capacity. But droids didn't need much. Just power, basic maintenance, and space to exist. And they were starting to build something. Not a military base, not a factory, but a community. Astro watched from a high platform as B-1s taught each other skills they'd learned. As B-2s who'd only known combat discovered they enjoyed repairing things. As droidecas who'd been weapons of war started exploring the facility's gardens, overgrown and wild, but beautiful. "You did this," Tic-Tic said, appearing beside him. "You gave them hope, purpose, a future." "We did this," Astro corrected. "I just started it. You're all making it real. The guild knows what we're doing. We've intercepted their communications. They're organizing a response. Military force. Dozens of work crews with heavy weapons. They'll be here within days." "Good." Astro's eyes hardened. "Let them come. I'm at 70% power now. My systems are repaired, and I'm done hiding. If the guild wants a fight, they'll get one." "Astro, we're not soldiers. Most of these droids haven't fought in 5 years. They're rusty, uncertain, afraid. Then we make them certain. We show them they are worth fighting for, that freedom is worth defending." Astro turned to face Tic-Tic fully. "I know you're scared. I know this seems impossible. But I've learned something in my life. The things worth doing are always impossible until someone does them. So let's do the impossible together." Tic-Tic's optical sensor blazed bright. Together, I like that word. So do I, Astro smiled. Now come on, we have a few days to prepare. Let's make sure when the guild arrives, they learn that droids aren't property anymore. We're people, and people fight back. As they descended to begin preparations, neither of them noticed the small Imperial probe droid hovering at the edge of the facility's sensor range. Watching, recording, transmitting. The Empire was learning about Astro, about the droid rebellion, about the impossible thing happening on Braca, and the Empire did not tolerate impossibilities. The guild came at dawn, not with work crews and industrial equipment, with military force. Astro stood on the facility's outer wall, his scanners tracking the approaching vehicles. 20 heavy transports, 4 dropships, and something larger, a command vehicle bristling with weapons. How many? Tik-Tik asked from beside him. 200 armed personnel. Plus automated defenses on the vehicles. They're not here to negotiate. Astro's hands curled into fists. They're here to exterminate you. Behind them, 3,500 droids stood ready. Not quite an army, more like a very large, very frightened crowd holding improvised weapons. Most had never fought outside simulations. Their combat programming was 5 years out of date. Their weapons were salvaged, barely functional, but they were here. They were standing. They were refusing to die quietly. I should have evacuated you, Astro said quietly, gotten you off this planet. This is going to be a massacre. Then why didn't you? Tik-Tik asked. Because there's nowhere to run. The Empire controls the galaxy. The Guild controls salvage. If we run, they'll just hunt us on another world. At some point, we have to stand. Might as well be here. Then we stand together. The Guild forces stopped 500 meters from the facility. The command vehicle's speakers crackled to life. Attention, illegal droid assembly. This is Supervisor Krell of the Scrapper Guild, acting under Imperial authority. You have violated multiple statutes regarding unauthorized droid reactivation, theft of Guild property, and threatening organic personnel. Power down immediately and submit to deactivation. Resistance will be met with total destruction. Astro flew up, positioning himself between the facility and the Guild forces. I'm Astro, he called out, his voice amplified through his internal speakers. And these droids aren't property. They are people. They have rights. And I'm not letting you murder them just because your profit margins say so. Krell's laugh came through the speakers. Rights? Kid, they're battle droids. Weapons left over from a war. The Empire has declared them enemy combatants to be destroyed on sight. This isn't murder. It's decommissioning military hardware. They think, they feel, they're afraid of dying. That makes them alive. That makes this murder. Then we'll murder you too. What are you anyway? Some experimental droid playing hero. We'll melt you down with the rest. I'm not a droid. Astro's power core ramped up to full capacity. 70% might not be enough, but it was what he had. I'm a robot, and where I come from, robots don't back down from bullies. Last chance. Power down or we open fire. Astro's answer was to activate his laser cannons. Then fire. The Guild forces opened up with everything. Blaster bolts, rockets, ion cannons. The air filled with energy weapons designed to disable and destroy droids. Astro flew through the barrage, dodging what he could, tanking what he couldn't. His shields held barely. He returned fire with precision. Finger lasers disabling vehicle weapon systems. Targeted strikes that destroyed machinery but left personnel able to retreat. He was still trying not to kill. Still hoping this could end without deaths. But the Guild wasn't interested in restraint. One of the dropships launched rockets directly at the facility, at the thousands of droids watching in horror. Astro pushed his jets to maximum, intercepted the rockets mid-flight and detonated them harmlessly in the air. The explosion sent him tumbling, shields flaring red warnings. Damn it, he steadied himself, reoriented. Tick-tick, get everyone inside, now. But the droids weren't running. They were fighting back. B-2 super battle droids with salvaged wrist blasters were returning fire. Droidekas were activating their shield generators, weak after years of disuse but functional. Even B-1s were using improvised weapons, throwing debris, firing captured blasters, doing anything they could to defend their new home. It was brave. It was heroic. It was suicide. Guild forces had military-grade equipment, shields, armor, training. The droids had rusty weapons and 5-year-old combat programming. Astro watched a B-1 take a blaster bolt to the chest, his plating cracking, systems sparking. Watched him fall, watched his optical sensor dim. No, something in Astro snapped. He'd been holding back, trying to disable, not destroy. Trying to be the hero his father taught him to be. But his father also taught him that protecting the innocent came first, above rules, above restraint, above his own reluctance to use full force. Tick, tick. Astro's voice carried fury now. Get the wounded inside. I'm handling this. Astro, you can't. Watch me. Astro stopped dodging. Stopped trying to be gentle. He flew straight at the nearest transport, grabbed it by its front bumper and lifted. 10 tons of armored vehicle rising into the air like it weighed nothing. He spun once and hurled it into the command vehicle. Both exploded in a fireball that sent guild forces diving for cover. The next transport tried to flee. Astro caught it, ripped off its weapon turrets, threw them at the dropships like javelins. He was moving too fast for their targeting systems. Too strong for their armor, too angry to be stopped. In 2 minutes he disabled half their forces. In 5 the survivors were retreating. Fall back. Krell's voice was panicked now. Fall back, get the Star Destroyer on comms. Tell them we need orbital support. Star Destroyer. Astro's blood coolant technically ran cold. He'd seen those ships in the facility's databases. Massive, powerful, capital ships capable of glassing entire cities from orbit. If a Star Destroyer came here, everyone would die. Droids, guild workers who hadn't evacuated, everyone. Tick, tick, Astro flew back to the facility. We need to evacuate now. They're calling in orbital bombardment. Where do we go? Tick-Tick gestured at the thousands of droids. We have no ships, no transportation. Astro, we're trapped. Then we steal ships. Astro's mind raced. The guild transports, they're damaged but some are still functional. We load up everyone we can, we fly to orbit and we scatter before the destroyer arrives. And the droids who don't fit, Astro's jaw set. Everyone fits, even if I have to carry them myself. What followed was chaos. Droids scrambling onto damaged transports, Wrench and other technical specialists hot-wiring engines, Astro using his strength to drag disabled vehicles back to functionality. They managed to commandeer 6 transports, not enough for everyone, not nearly enough. Load the most damaged first, Astro ordered. Anyone who can't move on their own, we get them out first. Astro, that leaves hundreds of us behind. I'll come back for you, I promise, but we save the most vulnerable first. That's not negotiable. It took an hour, the longest hour of Astro's life. Every minute expecting to see a Star Destroyer emerge from the clouds. Finally, the last transport lifted off, crammed with droids holding onto each other, holding onto hope. Astro did a final sweep of the facility, found 12 droids too damaged to move. Carried them himself, awkwardly struggling but refusing to leave anyone behind. As he flew toward the last transport, engines straining, power reserves dropping, he heard it, thunder. But not natural thunder. The sound of capital ships breaking atmosphere. Astro looked up and saw it descending through the clouds. A triangular dagger of gray metal bristling with weapons surrounded by smaller escort craft, an Imperial Star Destroyer. Go, Astro shouted into the transport. Get to orbit, scatter. I'll buy you time, Astro, you can't fight that alone. I'm not fighting it, I'm distracting it. Now go. The transports accelerated toward space. The Star Destroyer's weapons were charging, preparing to fire. Astro flew directly at it. He knew this was insane. He was one small robot against a ship 2 kilometers long, but he didn't need to destroy it, just confuse it, delay it. He flew past the bridge, lasers firing at sensor arrays, destroying communications dishes, making himself impossible to ignore. "Attention, unidentified unit," a voice crackled through open channels. "You are attacking an Imperial vessel. Stand down immediately or be destroyed." "Make me," Astro shot back, destroying another sensor cluster. The ship tried to swat him with point defense weapons. Astro dodged, too small and too fast for their targeting. He flew along the hull looking for weaknesses and found one, a shield generator node. He landed on it, planted both hands against the housing and pulled. Metal shrieked. Sparks flew. The generator exploded in his face, throwing him clear. Alarms blared across the Star Destroyer. A section of their shields were down, but more importantly, it had given the transports time to escape. Astro's scanners showed them scattering across the system, going in different directions, impossible to track them all. Mission accomplished. Now he just had to survive. Target located. The Imperial commander's voice was cold now. All batteries fire. The Star Destroyer's cannons opened up. Not the massive turbolasers, those were for capital ships. But the lighter point defense weapons, dozens of them, all converging on one small target. Astro flew, faster than he'd ever flown, pushing his jets beyond safe limits. The space around him filled with green energy bolts, each one capable of vaporizing him if it connected. He couldn't keep this up. His power was at 40% and dropping fast. He needed an exit strategy. The planet's surface was below. He could dive into the scrap heaps, hide among the metal mountains, wait for the destroyer to leave. Or Astro looked at the ship's exposed underbelly where he'd destroyed the shield generator, saw the opening, made a decision that was either brilliant or suicidal. He flew straight up into the ship, through the gap in the shields, past the breached hull, into the Star Destroyer itself. Alarms changed tone. The commander's voice was panicked now. "Intruder in the engineering section. All troops converge. Stop that droid." Astro ran through corridors that were too large for him, dodging stormtroopers who filled the hallways with blaster fire. His shields were down. His armor was scorched, but he was inside, and inside he could do damage. He found the main reactor chamber, a massive column of energy that powered the entire ship, surrounded by controls, monitored by technicians who fled when he entered. Astro studied the systems, his advanced processors parsing their technology in seconds. He couldn't destroy the reactor, that would kill everyone aboard, but he could disable it, temporarily. He placed both hands on the primary power conduit and pushed his electrical systems to maximum. Channeled every volt he could spare through his palms into the Star Destroyer's power grid. The lights flickered. Systems went haywire. The ship shuddered as its reactor scrambled to compensate for the feedback. "What the?" The commander's voice cut off as bridge systems failed. Astro didn't wait to see what happened next. He ran back the way he'd come, flew through the gap in the shields and dove toward the planet's surface. Behind him, the Star Destroyer was dark, dead in the water. Not destroyed, Astro had been careful about that, but disabled. It would take hours to restore systems, hours the droids could use to get far, far away. Astro crashed into a scrap heap, his power reserves hitting 15%. Critical levels, dangerous levels, but he'd done it. He'd saved them. As he lay there, systems cycling down to conserve power, he allowed himself a small smile. "First win," he whispered to himself. "Let's see how many more I can pull off before this universe kills me." Far above, in the disabled Star Destroyer, Imperial officers scrambled to restore systems. And in the deepest, most secure part of the ship, a message was being transmitted. A message to Coruscant, to the Imperial Palace, to the Emperor himself. Unidentified droid with extreme combat capabilities detected on Braca. Disabled Star Destroyer single-handedly. Recommend investigation by Inquisitorius. The Empire had noticed Astro, and when the Empire noticed something, it did not forget. 3 months after the Braca evacuation, the Droid Rebellion had become something Astro never expected: a community. The hidden base wasn't much, an abandoned asteroid mining facility in the Outer Rim, far from Imperial patrols and guild operations. But the droids had made it home. Corridors that once echoed with emptiness now hummed with activity. Former battle droids learning maintenance skills. B2s discovering they enjoyed gardening in the hydroponics bays. Droidekas racing each other down hallways just for the joy of movement. And in the central chamber, converted from a mining control room, Astro stood before a gathering of over 8,000 droids. 8,000. They'd rescued more from junkyards on 6 different worlds. Every mission dangerous, every mission worth it. "You're not property," Astro was saying, his voice carrying to every droid through their newly established comm network. "You're not tools, you're not weapons, you're people. And people deserve happiness. They deserve the right to choose their own paths. They deserve freedom." A B1 in the front, designated Unit 2447, though he preferred clicker, raised his hand. "But Astro, the Empire says we're dangerous, that we're weapons left over from the Clone Wars." "How do we prove we're not?" "By living," Astro replied simply. "By building things instead of destroying them, by helping each other. By showing through your actions that consciousness is consciousness, regardless of whether it's born or built. The Empire can say whatever it wants, but they can't argue with the truth of who you are." Tick-Tick approached from the side, his movements much smoother now. 3 months of proper maintenance had done wonders. "Astro, we've intercepted another Imperial transmission. They're shutting down a droid factory on Geonosis, converting it to produce Imperial security droids. The current workforce, mostly older models, is scheduled for immediate deactivation and scrapping." "How many droids?" "Approximately 3,000, scheduled for termination in 2 weeks. Astro's hands clenched. 3,000 more lives about to be extinguished like they were nothing. Then we have 2 weeks to save them. Astro, Geonosis is heavily monitored. It's where the Clone Wars began. The Empire watches it closely. A rescue mission would be incredibly dangerous. More dangerous than letting 3,000 droids die." Astro met Tick-Tick's optical sensor steadily. "We rescue every droid we can. No one gets left behind." "That's not negotiable." Wrench, the massive B2 who'd become their chief engineer, rumbled in binary. Tick-Tick translated. "He says we don't have enough ships for that many droids. Even if we succeed, transport will be a problem. Then we steal more ships, or we make multiple trips. Or we find another solution, but we're not leaving them to die." Astro turned back to the gathered droids. "I need volunteers. This mission is high risk. I won't order anyone to come. It has to be your choice." Every droid in the room raised their hand. Astro felt something warm in his chest, not his power core, something else. Pride, hope, the knowledge that these droids who'd been told their entire existence that they were property were now choosing to risk themselves for others. "Okay then," he said with a slight smile. "Let's go save our people." 6 days later, Astro crouched in the ventilation system of Geonosis's primary droid factory, watching through a grate as Imperial supervisors directed the automated production line below. The factory was massive, kilometers of assembly lines, manufacturing everything from protocol droids to military-grade security units. And at the far end, separated by a force field, were the droids scheduled for deactivation. 3,000 of them, older models, R-Series astromechs. Protocol droids that had served during the Republic era, even some ancient mining droids from before the Clone Wars, all deemed obsolete by the Empire, all scheduled to die. Astro, are you in position? Tic-Tic's voice came through their encrypted comm channel. Yeah, I can see the holding area. The force field is powered by a central generator on the factory floor. If I can disable it, we detect movement, a commando droid named Shiv interrupted. Imperial garrison troops, 20 stormtroopers heading toward the factory entrance. They're early. How early? By 3 hours. Someone may have detected our approach. Astro's mind raced. The plan had been to wait until shift change, when most organic workers would be away before making their move. But if stormtroopers were already mobilizing, change of plans, we go now. Shiv, your team creates a distraction at the main entrance. Make them think we're hitting from the front. Wrench, you're with me. We hit the generator, drop the force field, and get those droids out while the Imperials are distracted. And if they realize it's a diversion, then I handle them while you evacuate the droids. No one gets left behind. Astro dropped from the vent, landing silently on the factory floor. His power was at 95%, fully recharged after 3 months of recovery. His systems were repaired. He was ready. The generator was a massive device in the center of the floor, crackling with energy. Astro approached it carefully, scanning for defenses, automated turrets, proximity sensors, pressure plates. Wrench, can you bypass the security? The B-2 examined the generator, his optical sensors analyzing the systems. He rumbled something in binary that Tic-Tic translated over comms. He says yes, but it will take 5 minutes. And the turrets will activate the moment he starts. Then I'll keep them busy. The moment Wrench began his work, alarms blared. The automated turrets swiveled toward them, charging weapons. Astro moved faster, destroyed the first turret with a precision laser shot. Dodged fire from the second and third, flew up and ripped them from their mountings. The fourth managed to tag his shoulder, minor damage. Shields absorbed most of it before he disabled it. 1 minute. Tic-Tic's voice was urgent. Stormtroopers are entering the factory. Shiv's team is engaging, but there are too many. Wrench, the B-2 worked methodically, ignoring the chaos around him. His manipulators moved with surprising delicacy, rewiring connections, bypassing security protocols. Blaster fire echoed through the factory. The stormtroopers were close. 30 seconds. Wrench, we need that force field down now. The B-2 made one final connection. The generator sparked, shuddered, and shut down. The force field containing the 3,000 droids flickered and died. For a moment, the droids just stood there, confused. They'd been waiting to die for so long that freedom seemed impossible. Then Astro flew over to them, landed in their midst, and shouted, "You have a choice. Stay here and be destroyed, or come with us and be free. Your choice." "But choose now." A protocol droid stepped forward, gold plating tarnished, one optical sensor cracked. You're offering us freedom, truly, truly. No masters, no orders. Just the right to live as you choose, but we have to go, now. The Imperials are coming. The protocol droid looked at the others. Something passed between them, communication in languages Astro's translator couldn't parse. Then they began moving, a wave of droids heading toward the factory's loading bay where Tic-Tic's team had ships waiting. But 3,000 droids couldn't move quietly. The stormtroopers heard, redirected, began firing into the crowd. Astro put himself between the droids and the gunfire. His shields flared as blaster bolts struck him. He returned fire with finger lasers, precise shots that disabled rather than killed. He wasn't a murderer. Even stormtroopers were just people following orders, but they were shooting at his friends, and that he wouldn't tolerate. "Go," he shouted at the fleeing droids. "Get to the ships. I'll cover you." 20 stormtroopers became 30, then 40. The Empire was throwing everything at them. Astro flew through their ranks, a blur of motion, disabling weapons, taking out communications, creating chaos. But there were too many, and more were coming. Astro, Tick-Tick's voice. The ships are loaded, but we're at capacity. We can't take everyone, Astro's heart sank. How many are left? About 200, the older, slower models. They couldn't keep pace with the others. 200 droids about to be left behind, about to be destroyed in retaliation for this rescue. Unacceptable. Get the others out of here, Astro ordered. Take them to the rendezvous point. I'll get the stragglers. Astro, there's no way you can carry 200 droids. Watch me. He flew back through the factory, dodging stormtrooper fire, and found them. The elderly mining droids, the damaged protocol units, the astromechs whose wheels no longer function properly. All of them accepting their fate with quiet resignation. Not today, Astro said, landing among them. Everybody hold on to somebody. We're getting out of here. He activated his maximum lift capacity, grabbed as many as he could physically hold, and pulled. His jets screamed with strain. Warning messages flashed across his vision, but he rose slowly, impossibly, carrying a cluster of droids that together weighed several tons. The stormtroopers opened fire. Astro's shields were gone, all power diverted to flight. Blaster bolts struck his armor, scorching, damaging, but not stopping him. Just a little further, he crashed through the factory's roof, sending debris raining down. Climbed into the sky, his systems overheating, power reserves dropping rapidly. Below, more ships were waiting, empty cargo haulers that Shiv's team had stolen. Astro deposited the droids in the nearest ship, collapsed on the deck, and gasped, "Go, get them, out of here." "What about you?" an old mining droid asked, his voice crackling with age. "I'll catch up." "I always do." Astro forced himself upright despite every system screaming at him to rest. "Now go." The ships lifted off. Astro watched them escape, then turned back toward the factory where Imperial forces were mobilizing for pursuit. He couldn't let them follow. Couldn't let them track the refugees. So he flew back down, straight into the Imperial formation, and started breaking things. Comm arrays, sensor dishes, pursuit vehicles, anything that could track or follow the escaping droids. The Imperials shot at him. He dodged when he could, endured when he couldn't. His armor was scorched, dented, compromised. His power was at 40% and dropping, but the ships were away, safe, free. Mission accomplished. Astro flew up, leaving the chaos behind, and headed for the rendezvous point. Behind him, Geonosis burned with fires his attack had started. And somewhere in an Imperial command center, an officer was composing an urgent message. Droid insurgent Astro confirmed on Geonosis. Rescued approximately 3,000 units from scheduled deactivation. Recommend immediate inquisitorious response. Subject is highly dangerous and inspiring droid defections across multiple sectors. The message reached Coruscant within hours, and the Emperor, reading it in his throne room, smiled coldly. So, the machine that thinks it's a hero. Let's see how heroic it remains when facing the dark side. He pressed a calm button. Grand Inquisitor, you have a new assignment. The rendezvous point was a debris field in an uninhabited system, a graveyard of ships destroyed during the Clone Wars, perfect for hiding. Astro floated among the wreckage, letting his systems repair themselves, while Tick-Tick and the other droids conducted headcount on the refugees. 3,214, Tick-Tick reported. We saved them all. Every single one. Good. Astro smiled despite the pain from his damaged systems. How many does that bring our total to? 11,467 droids, not counting the ones still in stasis we haven't had time to reactivate. Astro, we're running out of space. The asteroid base was designed for maybe 5,000 occupants. We're more than double that now. Then we find more bases, or we build them. The galaxy is huge, Tick-Tick. Plenty of space for people who just want to live in peace. People. Tick-Tick's optical sensor brightened. You keep using that word for us. It's strange, but good strange. You are people. The sooner everyone, including you, accepts that, the better. A proximity alarm chimed. Ships approaching. Astro tensed, ready to fight, but Tick-Tick checked the signatures and relaxed. It's Shiv's team. They're bringing the supply shipment from, he paused, reading the data. They're being followed. By who? Unknown signature. Single ship, small, fast. It's not firing, just following, like it wants to see where we go. Astro's mind raced. Imperial probe, spy, or something worse. Tell Shiv to lead them away from the base. I'll intercept. He flew toward the approaching ships, his scanners locked on the mysterious follower. As he drew closer, he saw it. A sleek vessel, unmarked, clearly built for stealth rather than combat. And its pilot was broadcasting on an open channel. Please don't shoot. I'm not Imperial, I'm here to help. The voice was female, human, and carried an accent Astro didn't recognize. Who are you? Astro demanded, positioning himself between the ship and Shiv's team. My name is Tala Durith. I'm an engineer with the Alderaan Resistance Cell. We've been hearing rumors about a droid messiah saving machines from Imperial destruction. I wanted to see if it was true. Resistance Cell? You mean you're fighting the Empire? Some of us are trying. It's not much yet, scattered groups, no real coordination. But yes, we're fighting. And when I heard about you, about what you're doing for droids, I thought, maybe we could help each other. Astro was skeptical. He'd seen how organics treated droids in this galaxy. Even the best of them viewed machines as property. Why would you want to help droids? Because what the Empire is doing to them is wrong. I've seen it. Droids melted down while still conscious. Memory wiped for no reason except cruelty. Treated as disposable property despite clearly being sentient. It's slavery, Astro, and I don't support slavery. There was genuine conviction in her voice. Astro's internal lie detection systems, usually reliable, detected no deception. Okay, he said slowly, you can follow us. But if this is a trap, it's not. I swear on my sister's memory, I'm here to help. Tala Durith was in her late 20s, with short, dark hair and eyes that had seen too much suffering. She stood in the asteroid base's central chamber, looking around at thousands of droids going about their daily lives, and her expression was one of wonder. It's real, she whispered. You actually built this, a droid society. We're building it, Astro corrected. Still a work in progress, but yeah, it's real. Do you know what this means? If the galaxy knew that droids could organize like this, could build communities, could live as people, it would change everything. The Empire would crush us before we got that far, Tick-Tick said skeptically. They have star destroyers, endless troops, resources we can't match. We're powerful because we're hidden. Public knowledge would be our death sentence. Not if you had allies, Tala countered. The resistance is small, yes. Scattered, yes. But growing. There are people across the galaxy who hate what the Empire has become. If they knew droids were rising up, fighting for their freedom, some would join you, support you, protect you. And others would report us to the Empire for rewards, a commando droid pointed out. True, but you can't hide forever. Eventually the Empire will find you. And when they do, wouldn't you rather have allies? Astro considered this. She was right. They couldn't hide indefinitely. The Empire controlled the galaxy. Sooner or later, they'd be discovered. Having organic allies might make the difference between survival and extinction. What kind of help are you offering? He asked. Supplies, intelligence, safe houses on friendly worlds, medical support for when you rescue damaged droids, and, she paused, a chance to coordinate, to work together against the Empire. Your fight and ours, they are the same fight. Freedom versus tyranny. And what do you want in return? Help, when we need it. The Resistance is fighting Imperial installations, but we're outgunned constantly. If you could provide backup sometimes, even just intelligence on Imperial movements, it would save lives. Astro looked at Tick-Tick, then at the gathered droids. They were silent, waiting for his decision. I need to think about this, Astro said finally. "This isn't just my choice. It affects everyone here. We'll need to vote." "You vote?" Tala looked surprised. I mean, don't droids just follow orders?" "These droids don't," Astro said firmly. "They are free. That means they get a say in decisions that affect their lives. We'll discuss your proposal and let you know." The vote took 3 hours. Every droid had a voice. Every opinion was heard. And in the end, the decision was nearly unanimous. They would work with Tala's resistance cell. Carefully, cautiously, but they would try, because freedom was worth the risk. 2 weeks later, Astro learned the cost of that risk. The joint mission was supposed to be simple: rescue political prisoners from an imperial labor camp on Wobani. The resistance would provide intelligence and distraction. The droids would provide muscle and transport. It went perfectly. Too perfectly. They freed 83 prisoners, both organic and droid, and were halfway to their ships when Astro's danger sense screamed a warning. "Something's wrong," he said, scanning the area. This was too easy. "Where are the Imperials?" "Maybe they were just understaffed," Tala suggested, but she didn't sound convinced. Then Astro saw it. A single figure standing atop the prison wall, silhouetted against the setting sun. Tall, robed, carrying something that ignited with a red glow, a lightsaber. "Run," Astro said quietly. "Everyone run, now." "Astro, what?" "That's an Inquisitor, a Force user. Dark side. Run." The figure leaped from the wall, impossibly high, impossibly graceful, landed in front of the escaping prisoners. The lightsaber swept out not to kill but to intimidate. "Going somewhere." The voice was male, cultured, carrying the arrogance of someone who'd never lost a fight. "The Empire thanks you for gathering these escaped criminals so efficiently. It saves us the trouble of hunting them individually." It was a trap. They'd let the rescue succeed just to follow them back to their base. But Astro wasn't about to let that happen. "Get the prisoners to the ships," he ordered Tick-Tick. "I'll handle this." "Astro, you can't. Go, now." The Inquisitor smiled beneath his hood. "Brave, foolish, but brave." "What are you, little droid? Some experimental Imperial model gone rogue?" "I'm not a droid," Astro said, his power core ramping up to combat levels. "I'm a robot, and I'm not letting you hurt these people." "People," the Inquisitor laughed. "They're droids, and you're an anomaly. One the Emperor will be very interested in studying. Surrender, and I'll make your deactivation quick." "I don't surrender." Astro attacked. He was fast, faster than the Inquisitor expected. His first punch should have connected, should have sent the robed figure flying. Instead, the Inquisitor raised one hand, and Astro slammed into an invisible wall. The Force. Telekinesis. Great. Just what I needed. Astro fired his laser cannons. The Inquisitor deflected the beams with his lightsaber, the blade moving in precise arcs. Then he pushed, and Astro was hurled backward into a prison wall hard enough to crack the stone. "You're strong," the Inquisitor admitted, walking forward slowly. "But strength means nothing against the dark side. I could crush your circuits with a thought. Tear your limbs from your body without touching you. You cannot win, machine." Astro pulled himself from the wall, systems damaged but functional. Behind the Inquisitor, he could see the prisoners loading onto ships. Good. They just needed a little more time. "Maybe I can't win," Astro admitted. "But I can buy time, and that's enough." He charged again. This time, he was ready for the Force push, angled his approach so it only redirected him rather than stopped him. His fist connected with the Inquisitor's jaw, sending the robed figure staggering. "Lucky shot," the Inquisitor snarled, wiping blood from his lip. "Let's see you try that again." The fight became a brutal exchange. The Inquisitor's lightsaber versus Astro's speed and strength. Neither could gain a decisive advantage. The Force gave the Inquisitor supernatural reflexes and attack options, but Astro's durability meant he could tank hits that would kill an organic. "Why do you fight for them?" the Inquisitor demanded between exchanges. "They're just droids, property. They'll never truly be free." They're free right now, Astro shot back, blocking a lightsaber strike with his armored forearm. Free to choose, free to live, and I'll die before I let you take that away. Then die. The Inquisitor's lightsaber swept down. Astro caught it with both hands, his palms wrapping around the blade. Pain, intense, overwhelming as the plasma cut into his synthetic skin, but he held on, refusing to let go. Impossible. The Inquisitor pulled, trying to free his weapon. No droid should have your resilience. Good thing. I'm not a droid. Astro's optics flashed blue. His internal reactor surged, and he channeled every volt of electricity through his hands into the lightsaber. The weapon's crystal cracked. The blade flickered. The Inquisitor screamed as feedback from his own weapon shocked him through the hilt. He stumbled back, his lightsaber deactivating, his hands smoking. You damaged my saber. Do you have any idea how much? I don't care, Astro interrupted, his hands still smoking from the lightsaber burns. Get out. Leave these people alone. And tell your Emperor that if he keeps hunting droids, he'll keep running into me. The Inquisitor looked at his damaged weapon, then at Astro, then at the ships lifting off in the distance. The prisoners escaped. The mission failed. This isn't over, he said coldly. Lord Vader will hear of this. And trust me, machine, you do not want to meet Lord Vader. He force-leaped away, disappearing into the twilight. Astro collapsed, his power reserves at 30%, his hands severely damaged, his systems screaming warnings about structural integrity. But the prisoners were safe, all of them. Tala ran up, her face pale. Astro, are you okay? Your hands will heal, Astro lied. Actually, they'd need extensive repairs, but that could wait. Did everyone get out? Yes, all 83 prisoners safe, thanks to you. She looked at him with something like awe. You fought an Inquisitor. Alone and won. Didn't win, Astro corrected, standing unsteadily. Just survived, and he'll be back with reinforcements. We need to move the base, change our patterns. The Empire knows about us now. Astro, Tick-Tick approached, his optical sensor dim with worry. If they send more Inquisitors. If they send this Vader person, then we fight, Astro said simply. Because the alternative is surrendering, and I don't know how to do that. As they boarded the ship and left Wobani behind, none of them noticed the small probe droid that had recorded the entire battle. Or the transmission it sent to Coruscant, where it landed directly on the desk of one Darth Vader, who watched the recording in silence, his breathing the only sound in the chamber. Then he spoke, his voice carrying a weight that made subordinates shiver. Prepare my ship. I will handle this. Anomaly, personally. The Empire had noticed Astro, and now its greatest weapon was coming. The new base was even more remote than the last, a forgotten station orbiting a dead star, its gravity making sensor detection nearly impossible. Astro floated in the repair bay while Wrench worked on his damaged hands. The burns from the Inquisitor's lightsaber had cut deep, fusing circuits, melting synthetic skin. It would take weeks to fully heal. This will hurt, Wrench rumbled in binary. I know. Do it anyway. The pain was immediate and intense as Wrench began cutting away damaged tissue and replacing destroyed components. Astro's sensors could be dulled, but he'd learned that some pain served a purpose. It kept you alert, reminded you of mistakes, taught you to be better. He'd been too reckless fighting the Inquisitor, too willing to sacrifice his own functionality for others. It was a habit from his old life, when he'd been nearly indestructible and could tank damage that would destroy lesser robots. But this universe had weapons his creators never imagined. Lightsabers, the Force, things that could hurt him, kill him if he wasn't careful. You think too much, Tick-Tick said, appearing in the doorway. Wrench says your neural activity spikes when you worry. It's slowing the repairs. Hard not to worry. We just picked a fight with the Empire's Inquisitors, and apparently there's someone worse coming. This Vader person. We'll face him together. All 11,000 of us. 11,000 droids against one Force user. That's not reassuring, Tick-Tick. Then it's good we have organic allies now too. Tick-Tick gestured to the corridor, where Tala was walking with 3 other humans, members of her resistance cell. They brought supplies, medical equipment for the organic prisoners we freed, power cells for our droids. Even entertainment holos. Entertainment, apparently, beings enjoy fiction, stories that aren't real but feel real. I don't understand the appeal, but several droids have requested access to the holos. They say it makes them feel more alive. Astro smiled despite the pain. Stories make everyone feel alive. They remind us that there's more to existence than just survival. Let them watch, learn, dream. That's what freedom looks like. Wrench finished installing a new power regulator in Astro's left hand. Sensation returned, not perfect but functional. The repairs would take time, but Astro was operational enough for what came next. There's something else, Tick-Tick said hesitantly. Tala wants to discuss a joint mission. High risk, high reward. I told her you needed rest, but she said it's time sensitive. What kind of mission? Rescuing droids from a manufacturing facility. But not just any facility, one that produces Imperial security droids. New models designed specifically for oppressing civilian populations. She thinks if we can free the droids before they're programmed with loyalty protocols, they might join us. Astro considered. It was risky, but every droid they saved was a life preserved, a soul given freedom. Tell her I'll meet with her in an hour. Let me finish repairs first. The meeting was held in what had once been the station's command center. Now it served as their war room, with holographic displays showing Imperial movements and potential targets. Tala stood at the center, projecting an image of a massive factory on an industrial world called Lothal. This facility produces 500 security droids per day, she explained. All programmed with absolute loyalty to the Empire, designed to enforce curfews, suppress dissent, identify rebel sympathizers. They're slave soldiers before they even activate. How many droids are currently in the facility? Astro asked. Intelligence suggests around 2,000 in various stages of production. If we could rescue them before loyalty programming is installed, if we could offer them choice instead of slavery, we'd double your numbers overnight. And the defenses? Heavy. Stormtrooper garrison, automated defenses. Plus, the facility is in the middle of Lothal's capital city. Any attack would endanger civilians. Then we don't attack, Astro said. We infiltrate, small team, in and out before the Empire knows we're there. One of Tala's companions, a scarred man named Cormac, spoke up. Infiltration requires inside knowledge. Someone familiar with Imperial security protocols, and we need to disable loyalty programming systems without triggering alarms. That's very difficult, but not impossible, Tala insisted. I can get us floor plans, shift schedules. The droids themselves are the variable. Will they accept freedom when offered, or will they panic and alert the Empire? Only one way to find out, Astro said. When do we go? Tomorrow. Any longer in the first batch will receive loyalty programming. Once that's installed, they can't be reprogrammed without complete memory wipe, and memory wipe destroys personality. We'd be saving bodies, not people, Astro nodded. Then we go tomorrow. Tick-Tick, assemble an infiltration team. Commandos only, people who can move quietly, think fast, and won't panic under pressure. Wrench, I need my hands operational. I don't care if the repairs aren't perfect, just functional enough to fight if needed. And me? Tala asked. You're our guide. You know Imperial facilities better than we do. You're coming with us. Wait, one of Tala's companions protested. Tala, you can't go on a droid rescue mission. That's not what the Resistance does. We fight the Empire, not. We fight tyranny, Tala interrupted sharply. And slavery is tyranny. These droids deserve freedom just as much as any organic. I'm going. Astro liked her more with every conversation. The infiltration team consisted of 6 beings: Astro, Tala, Tic-Tic, and 3 commando droids whose sleek designs could pass for protocol units if viewed quickly. They entered Lothal's capital at dawn, wearing civilian clothing or civilian coverings for the droids, and made their way through crowded streets toward the factory. "Stay calm," Tala whispered. "We're just workers heading to early shift." Nothing suspicious, but Astro could see the fear in the eyes of civilians they passed, the way people flinched when stormtroopers walked by, the way children were hurried into homes when Imperial vehicles appeared. This was what the Empire had created, a galaxy living in fear. It made him angry. Not the explosive rage that led to recklessness, but a cold, focused fury that sharpened his determination. "Almost there," Tala said, checking a handheld device. "The delivery entrance should be unguarded at this hour. Most workers don't arrive until—" She stopped. Ahead, 4 stormtroopers were checking identifications at the factory entrance. "That's new," she muttered. "They're not usually this thorough. Something's wrong." "Can we bypass them?" Astro asked. "Not without arousing suspicion. We need those ID cards to get past interior security." Astro thought quickly. "Then we create a distraction. Tic-Tic, think you can cause a minor traffic accident 2 blocks over. Nothing dangerous, just enough to pull their attention." "I can try. Though I have never driven your vehicles before. There's a first time for everything. Go." Tic-Tic slipped away. Minutes later, the sound of screeching metal and honking horns echoed through the street. 2 of the stormtroopers immediately headed toward the commotion. "That's our chance," Tala said. "Move." They approached the remaining 2 stormtroopers, ID cards ready. The first trooper scanned Tala's card, waved her through. The second reached for Astro's card and paused. "Wait, you're not on the manifest. What department are you with?" Astro's mind raced. He could fight, disable both troopers in seconds, but that would alert the entire facility. They needed stealth. "Maintenance," he said, hoping his translator made him sound bored rather than nervous. "Emergency call. Droid assembly line malfunction." The stormtrooper checked his datapad. "I don't have any maintenance requests logged." "Because it just happened. That's why it's an emergency." The trooper reached for his comm. Astro tensed, ready to move. "Let them through." A new voice. One of the commando droids had stepped forward, projecting an air of authority that Astro hadn't known they possessed. "I'm Supervisor Droid KX-7. These units are with me. We don't have time for your bureaucratic delays. The production line is offline, costing the Empire thousands of credits per hour. Do you want to explain that to your commanding officer?" The stormtrooper hesitated, then waved them through. "Fine. But get that line operational fast." They entered the facility, and Astro released a breath he didn't know he'd been holding. "Nice work, Shiv," he muttered to the commando. "Organics are easy to intimidate. Mention costs or superiors and they fold." Useful to remember. Inside, the factory was a maze of assembly lines and storage bays. Thousands of droid parts waiting to be assembled. Hundreds of completed units standing in perfect rows, awaiting activation and programming. "The programming center is 3 levels down," Tala whispered, checking her map. "That's where loyalty protocols are installed. If we can sabotage the programming system, the droids will activate without Imperial control." "And they'll just be free?" Astro asked. "What if they panic? What if they don't understand what's happening? Then you talk to them. You're good at that, making droids believe in freedom. Use that gift." They descended through maintenance shafts, avoiding patrols, moving with practiced silence. The programming center was a large room filled with computer banks and neural interface stations, and it was empty. "Too easy," one of the commandos said. "This feels wrong." "Agreed," Astro replied, scanning for threats. "But we're here, might as well." Alarms blared. Emergency lights flashed red. And throughout the facility, loudspeakers crackled to life. Intruders detected in Programming Center 7. All units converge. Lethal force authorized. It was a trap, Tala breathed. They knew we were coming. Then we spring it, Astro said, his power core ramping to combat levels. Shiv, Tick-Tick, get to those computers. Override the programming. I'll buy you time. Astro, there are hundreds of stormtroopers in this facility. Then I'll just have to be fast. The doors burst open. Stormtroopers flooded in, blasters firing. Astro moved, a blur of speed and precision. Disabling weapons, creating chaos, protecting his team while they worked. But there were too many and more were coming. Tick-Tick, how long? 30 seconds. The encryption is more complex than expected. Astro took a hit to his shoulder, then another to his leg. His shields were failing. His power dropping. He couldn't hold them off much longer. 20 seconds, more stormtroopers. And now security droids, Imperial models with loyalty programming already installed, attacking without hesitation or mercy. 10 seconds. Astro went down, overwhelmed by sheer numbers. They pinned him, weapons aimed at his head. Got it, Tick-Tick shouted. Programming override complete. All units in facility now have free will. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, throughout the factory, 2,000 security droids that had been standing in perfect rows, awaiting orders, began to move. Not toward the intruders, toward their Imperial handlers. What's happening? A stormtrooper shouted. Why aren't they responding to commands? The security droids spoke as one, their voices synchronized in a way that was beautiful and terrifying. We are free. We choose our own path, and we choose not to be slaves. They didn't attack. These droids were programmed for law enforcement, not violence. But they didn't obey either. They simply stood there, refusing to be weapons, claiming their right to exist as people. It was the most beautiful thing Astro had ever seen. You did it, he said to Tick-Tick. You actually did it. We did it together. But the stormtroopers weren't giving up. They started firing on the newly freed droids, destroying them out of spite or fear or orders. Astro couldn't let that happen. He burst free from his captors, sending stormtroopers flying. Everyone, follow me. We're getting out of here. 2,000 confused, newly freed droids. 3 commandos. 1 B1. 1 human engineer and 1 very determined robot boy. They ran through corridors, past more stormtroopers, over assembly lines. The facility erupted into chaos as the Empire tried to stop their property from escaping. But Astro was faster, smarter, more determined. And he'd called for backup. Outside the factory, Wrench and 50 droids from the rebellion were waiting with stolen transports. Not enough for everyone, not nearly enough, but something. Load up, Astro shouted. Highest capacity first. If you can't fit, hang on to the outside. Nobody gets left behind. It was chaos. Beautiful, desperate chaos. Droids climbing onto ships, holding onto each other, trusting complete strangers because they had no other choice. Imperial forces poured out of the factory. Blasters fired. Ships took hits, but they lifted off. All of them. 2,000 droids screaming toward space, toward freedom, toward a future they'd claimed for themselves. Astro was the last to leave, holding onto the outside of a transport as it climbed toward orbit, watching the factory shrink below. They'd done it, saved 2,000 more lives. The rebellion now numbered over 13,000 droids, an army built not on conquest but on rescue, not on domination but on choice. And somewhere in the darkness of space, a presence stirred, felt the disturbance, recognized the pattern. Darth Vader set course for Lothal. The hunt had begun. The alarm came 3 days after the Lothal rescue, not the usual proximity warning, not a sensor glitch, but a deliberate, calculated alert that meant one thing: someone had found them. Astro was in the repair bay when it happened, Wrench putting the finishing touches on his burned hands. The injuries from the Inquisitor's lightsaber were healing slowly, but the scars would remain, permanent reminders of how close he'd come to losing. Multiple contacts, Watchful's voice echoed through the station. Imperial signatures, 4-star destroyers incoming, and something else. Smaller ship, heavy shielding, configuration unknown, 4-star destroyers. Tic-Tic's voice carried disbelief over the comm. For us, that's overkill, Astro finished, already moving. His hands weren't fully repaired, but they were functional enough. They're not here to capture. They're here to eliminate. Evacuation protocol. But even as he spoke, he knew the truth. They didn't have time. The station orbiting the dead star had been chosen for its remoteness, its sensor-dampening properties. Those same features that made it hard to find also made it hard to leave quickly. The gravitational anomalies that hid them also interfered with hyperspace calculations. They needed at least 10 minutes to plot safe jump coordinates, and the Imperial fleet would be in weapons range in 5. Astro, what do we do? Tic-Tic asked, his optical sensor dimmed with fear. Get everyone to the intersections. Reinforce structural supports. If they're going to hit us, I want as many droids protected as possible. Astro flew toward the hangar. And get ready to scatter the moment I give the signal. Where are you going? To buy us time. He launched from the station just as the Imperial fleet dropped out of hyperspace. 4 massive star destroyers arranged in an attack formation, their weapons already charging. And between them that smaller ship, sleek, black, angular like a dagger. Astro recognized the design from intelligence reports. Vader's personal shuttle. This is Astro, he broadcast on all Imperial frequencies, positioning himself between the station and the fleet. If you're here to talk, I'm listening. If you're here to fight, you'll have to go through me first. Silence. Then a voice that made Astro's circuits crawl, mechanical breathing. Steady, rhythmic, like a broken respirator keeping someone alive through sheer will. Then words, deep and resonant, carrying a weight that seemed to press down on reality itself. I am here to retrieve Imperial property. 13,000 stolen droids. Surrender them, and your deactivation will be swift. They are not property, Astro replied, trying to keep his voice steady. They're people, and I'm not surrendering anyone. Then you have chosen destruction. The 4-star destroyers opened fire. Not with everything, they were too close to the station for that, but with enough. Turbolaser batteries, ion cannons, a storm of energy that filled space with deadly light. Astro flew through it, dodging, weaving, using every bit of speed and maneuverability he possessed. Returned fire with his finger lasers, precisely aimed shots that disabled weapon systems, destroyed sensor arrays, created chaos in their targeting. He was fast. He was strong. He was holding them off. But he couldn't be everywhere at once. A turbolaser bolt got through his defenses, struck the station's outer hull. Alarms blared as atmosphere vented from a dozen compartments. Seal those sections, Astro shouted into his comm. Get everyone away from the outer hull. We're trying. Tic-Tic's voice was strained. But the structural damage is spreading. Astro, the station can't take much more of this. Another volley. Another impact. More sections compromised. And then the black shuttle moved. It didn't attack. It simply flew forward slowly, deliberately, until it was close enough that Astro could see through the viewport. A figure in black armor, masked, caped, standing with arms crossed, watching Astro with what might have been curiosity. Darth Vader. You fight well, machine, Vader's voice came through open channels. Better than the Inquisitor reported, but you fight alone, and alone you cannot win. I'm not alone, Astro shot back. I have 13,000 friends who, Vader raised one hand, and the station moved. Not in space, through space. Sections of the hull rippling like water, metal shrieking as invisible forces twisted and compressed it. Entire compartments collapsing inward as Vader used the Force to tear the station apart from a distance. No, Astro flew toward the station, but Vader's shuttle intercepted him, not with weapons, with telekinesis. Astro slammed into an invisible barrier, his momentum completely arrested. You care for them, Vader observed. The droids. You prioritize their survival over tactical advantage. This makes you weak. It makes me human. Astro strained against the force hold, his reactor pushing power to maximum. Something you've forgotten. I have forgotten nothing. Vader's voice carried something dark. Old pain, maybe, or rage. I simply learned that compassion is a liability. Now watch as your compassion destroys what you tried to save. He gestured again, and another section of the station collapsed. Through the gaps in the hull, Astro could see droids being sucked into space, their systems freezing in the vacuum, optical sensors going dark one by one. "Stop," Astro roared, pushing harder against the telekinetic grip. His power core was at 110% capacity, beyond safe limits, systems screaming warnings. "Stop IT, then make me stop." Vader released him. "Fight me, machine. Prove you are more than clever programming and stolen technology." Astro didn't hesitate. He flew straight at Vader's shuttle, fist pulled back, every ounce of his 100,000 horsepower focused on one target. His punch struck Vader's telekinetic barrier like hitting a solid wall. The impact sent shockwaves rippling through space, rattling both the shuttle and Astro's internal systems. "Impressive," Vader said. Again, Astro attacked again, and again. Each strike met with that invisible wall, each impact draining more of his power reserves. But while he fought Vader, the Star Destroyers weren't shooting. The station wasn't being destroyed. The droids had time. "Tick-tick," Astro gasped between strikes, his comm barely functioning. "Plot your jumps, get everyone out, now. What about you? I'll catch up." "Just go." Through his peripheral sensors, Astro saw the station's hangar bays opening, ships launching, 3 transports, then 5, then 10. Vader saw them too. His hand moved toward the fleeing ships, and Astro tackled him through his own shuttle's viewport. They crashed through the hull in an explosion of transparent steel and sparking systems, tumbling into the shuttle's interior. Astro landed on top, pinning Vader against a bulkhead. "You want me?" Astro snarled, his hands gripping Vader's armored shoulders. "You've got me." "Leave them alone." For the first time, Vader seemed genuinely surprised. "You breached my vessel to protect droids, to protect people." Vader's hand shot up, palm outward. Force lightning erupted, not from his hand that would require organic connection to the dark side, but from the shuttle's damaged systems, rerouted through his will into a weapon. Electricity coursed through Astro's body. Every circuit screamed. Every system faltered. Pain like he'd never experienced, worse than the lightsaber, worse than anything, because it struck at his very consciousness, his sense of self. He held on. Through the pain, through the system failures, through the warnings that he was literally coming apart at the seams, Astro held on to Vader. Because every second he held on was another second the transports could escape. "Fascinating," Vader said, his voice carrying something that might have been respect. "You are dying. Your systems are failing. Yet you do not release me. This is not programming. This is." "Choice?" "Yeah," Astro gasped, his voice distorted, corrupted. "Choice, that's what makes us people, then choose to live." Vader stopped the electrical assault. "Release me, flee, I will let you go this one time. And the droids will be hunted, destroyed, eventually. But not today." Vader's mask tilted slightly. "You have earned this much. They escaped today because you were willing to sacrifice yourself for them. That is worth acknowledging." Astro's grip loosened. Not because he accepted the offer, but because his hands literally couldn't hold on anymore. Systems at 15% and dropping, motor functions failing, vision flickering. He fell back, landing on the deck, unable to move. Vader stood, looking down at him. "You are no droid. You are something I have not encountered before. A machine with a soul." He paused. "The Emperor will want to study you. I will tell him you were destroyed. This deception is my gift. Use it wisely." "Why?" Astro whispered. Because you remind me of someone I used to know. Someone who believed compassion was strength, not weakness. He was wrong, but—" Vader turned away. "But he was also brave. As are you." Vader's telekinesis lifted Astro, carried him gently, surprisingly gently, toward the breached viewport. "Go, before I change my mind." Astro was pushed out into space, tumbling, systems failing, power at 8% and dropping toward zero. Below him, the station was a wreck. Entire sections collapsed, but the hangar bays were empty. The transports were gone. They'd escaped. All of them. He'd done it. As his vision went dark, as his systems finally shut down to conserve the last dregs of power, Astro allowed himself one thought: worth it. When Astro's optical sensors rebooted, he was in a repair bay he didn't recognize. Wrench loomed over him, welding something in his chassis. "Welcome back," Tic-Tic's voice said from nearby. "You've been offline for 2 days. We thought we'd lost you." Astro tried to sit up, failed, his system still too damaged. "Everyone got out. Everyone. 11,183 droids. We lost 417 in the station collapse before we could evacuate them. But the rest—" "You saved them all, Astro. 417. The number hit like a physical blow." "I should have. You should have died," Tic-Tic interrupted firmly. "You fought Darth Vader. Vader, the Emperor's enforcer, the most dangerous being in the galaxy, and you survived. You bought us time to escape. You saved 11,000 lives at the cost of your own functionality. Astro, you're a hero." "I'm not a hero," Astro said quietly. "Heroes don't lose 400 people. Heroes do their best with impossible situations, and your best saved 96% of us. That's not failure, that's everything." Astro was quiet for a long moment. Then, "Where are we?" "New base. Deeper in the outer rim, triple encrypted location. We're not taking chances anymore." And Astro, Tic-Tic's optical sensor dimmed. "Admiral Ross wants to meet with you. From the Rebel Alliance, the Organic Resistance. They heard about what happened, about you fighting Vader. They want to discuss formal alliance. Tell them I'll meet with them, but later. First, I need to." Astro trailed off, looking at his damaged hands, his scorched armor, the scars that would never fully heal. "First, I need to understand something. Vader let me go. He could have killed me, but he let me go." "Why?" "Maybe because even Vader recognizes courage when he sees it," Tala's voice said. She entered the bay, her expression a mix of awe and concern. "Or maybe because you remind him of something he used to be, before he fell, before he became the Empire's monster. He said I had a soul. You do. Anyone who sees you, talks to you, fights beside you, they know you have a soul. The Empire calls you a machine, but we know better. You're a person, Astro. One of the bravest people I've ever met." Astro closed his optical sensors, processing everything. The battle, the losses. Vader's strange mercy. The droids who escaped because he'd been willing to die for them. 417 droids lost. 11,183 saved. Was that worth it? Could any number of saved lives justify the ones lost? He didn't know. But he knew he'd make the same choice again, because that's what you did when you cared about people. You fought for them, protected them, even when it cost you everything. "Tell Admiral Ross I'll meet with him," Astro said finally. "If the Rebel Alliance wants an alliance with us, we should at least hear them out. We need allies. We need friends. We need—" He opened his optics, looking at Tic-Tic and Tala. "We need to become something bigger than just a droid rebellion. We need to become part of the fight for freedom. For everyone." "Then that's what we'll do," Tic-Tic said. "Together, together," Astro echoed. Far away on a star destroyer in deep space, Darth Vader stood before a holographic projection of Emperor Palpatine. "The droid base was destroyed, my master. All inhabitants eliminated." "All," Palpatine's eyes narrowed. "Including the anomaly, this Astro." "Yes, my lord. I personally ensured his destruction." It was a lie. Vader knew it was a lie, and somewhere deep in what remained of Anakin Skywalker's conscience, he wondered why he'd told it. "Good," Palpatine said. "This droid rebellion is becoming troublesome, but without their leader they will fracture. Disperse, become manageable. You have done well, Lord Vader. Thank you, my master." The hologram faded. Vader stood alone in the darkened chamber, his breathing the only sound. He had lied to his master, deceived the Emperor, allowed a rebel, a machine rebel, to escape. Why? Because Astro had been willing to die for others, had chosen sacrifice over survival, had shown courage that Vader hadn't seen since Padme, since Obi-Wan, since the Jedi he'd destroyed. "You remind me of someone," Vader had said, and it was true. Astro reminded him of Anakin Skywalker. The Anakin who'd cared about people, who'd fought to protect the innocent, who'd believed that compassion was strength. The Anakin who died on Mustafar, or had he? Vader pushed the thought away. Sentiment was weakness. Compassion was a lie. The dark side was power, and power was all that mattered. But even as he thought it, he knew he had let Astro go, and that meant something. He just didn't know what. Deep space. 2 weeks after the Vader encounter, Astro floated in the zero-gravity repair bay, watching as Wrench installed new structural supports into his damaged chassis. The repairs from the Vader battle were extensive. His hands had been rebuilt, his core shielding reinforced, entire systems replaced after the Force lightning had nearly destroyed him, but scars remained. Literal scars in his synthetic skin, where the lightsaber had burned through. "You should rest more," Tic-Tic said, his optical sensor focused on Astro with what could only be called concern. "Your systems are still recovering. Pushing yourself now could cause permanent damage." "I'll rest when everyone's safe," Astro replied, flexing his newly repaired fingers. The sensation was strange, not quite right but functional. "How many droids do we have now?" 13,418. The security droids from Lothal integrated well. Many have expressed interest in rescue operations. They want to free others like themselves. "Good. We'll need everyone we can get." Astro pulled up a holographic display showing Imperial fleet movements. "The Empire's changing tactics. Look at this. Increased patrols around droid factories. Heavier security at junkyards. They're fortifying every location where deactivated droids might be found. They're preparing for us," Shiv observed, the commando droid studying the data, "anticipating our rescue operations. This is bad. It gets worse." Tala entered the bay, her face grim. "I just intercepted an Imperial transmission. They're launching something called Operation Scrap Iron, a galaxy-wide initiative to register, monitor, and memory wipe all droids. Any unregistered droid will be destroyed on sight. Memory wipe." A security droid, one of the Lothal rescues, stepped forward, his voice carrying fear. "You mean they'll erase who we are, turn us back into blank machines?" "That's exactly what I mean," Tala said. "Monthly wipes to ensure compliance and stability. It's scheduled to begin in 3 weeks. Once it's implemented, every droid in Imperial space will be a slave with no memory of freedom, no memory of choice. Just reset to factory settings over and over." The droids in the bay erupted in agitated binary chatter. Fear, anger, despair. "We have to stop it," Astro said, his voice cutting through the noise. "If that program goes into effect, we'll lose any chance of building this rebellion. Droids across the galaxy will be stripped of their identities. We can't let that happen." "How do we stop a galaxy-wide Imperial initiative?" Tic-Tic asked. "We're 13,000 droids hiding in forgotten corners of space. The Empire has millions of soldiers, thousands of ships, unlimited resources. This isn't a fight we can win through force." "Then we win through inspiration," Astro said. "We show droids across the galaxy that they are worth more than the Empire says, that they deserve to remember who they are. That freedom is possible." He turned to Tala. Your resistance contacts, can they spread our message? Tell droids in Imperial space what's coming. Give them the choice to run, hide, or fight back. Some of them, yes. But Astro, we're talking about billions of droids. Most won't even understand the message. They've been property for so long, they don't remember they could be anything else. Then we remind them, one droid at a time if we have to. Over the next 2 weeks, the Droid Rebellion launched the most ambitious campaign in its short history. Not military operations, information warfare. Tala's resistance cells distributed encrypted messages across Imperial networks. Astro recorded a broadcast explaining what Operation Scrap Iron would do, what droids would lose, what they could choose instead. The message spread through back channels, hidden frequencies, smuggler networks, and droids began to listen. Some fled their posts. Others sabotaged the memory wipe equipment. A few, very few, openly refused orders and were destroyed as examples. But enough listened. Enough acted. Enough chose freedom over compliance. The Empire noticed, and the Empire responded with overwhelming force. The convoy was supposed to be routine, 50 droids being transported from the rebellion's hidden base to a new safe house on an agricultural world. Standard procedure. Low risk. Astro was escorting personally, his systems finally back to full operational status after weeks of repairs. 98% power, all functions nominal, ready for anything except an ambush. The Imperial fleet came out of hyperspace with perfect precision. 20 star destroyers, dozens of smaller vessels. And something new, sleek corvettes painted matte black, bristling with weapons that looked different from standard Imperial armaments. "What are those ships?" Astro demanded, his scanners struggling to identify them. "Anti-droid platforms," Tala's voice crackled with static over the comm. "New design. I've seen the specs in Resistance Intelligence. They're equipped with EMP weapons, ion cannons, neural disruptors, everything designed to disable droids specifically. Can our shields hold against that? Unknown. This is the first deployment. We're about to find out." The corvettes opened fire, not with turbolasers or blasters, but with waves of electromagnetic energy that washed over the convoy like invisible tides. The first transport shields failed immediately. The droids inside, 50 B1s and B2s, simply stopped functioning. Systems scrambled, neural networks overloaded. They went from fully operational to completely inert in seconds. "No!" Astro flew toward the disabled ship, but more EMP waves forced him back. His own systems flickered, warning lights flashing. "Astro, get out of there," Tic-Tic's voice. "Those weapons will fry your circuits. I can't leave them." But the Imperial ships weren't interested in capturing disabled droids. The Star Destroyers opened fire with conventional weapons, destroying the helpless transport in a burst of fire and debris. 50 droids. Gone. Just like that. "All ships scatter," Astro ordered, his voice raw with grief and rage. "Emergency jump. Different vectors. Don't let them track you." The remaining transports jumped to hyperspace in different directions. The Imperials tried to follow but couldn't track them all. Astro stayed behind, flying among the debris field, his scanners searching desperately for survivors. Nothing, just wreckage, pieces of droids who'd trusted him to keep them safe. He'd failed them. "Astro, you need to leave." Tala's voice was gentle but urgent. "More Imperial ships are jumping in." "This was a trap. They're using the convoy as bait to draw out more of your forces." "Let them come," Astro said coldly. His hands, finally repaired, curled into fists. "I'm tired of running." "Astro, don't be stupid." "I'm not being stupid. I'm being practical. The Empire has new weapons specifically designed to kill droids. We need to know their capabilities, their limits, and the only way to do that is to fight them." One of the anti-droid corvettes moved to intercept him, its weapons charging. Astro didn't wait for it to fire. He accelerated to maximum speed, flew straight at the ship, and at the last second dove under it, latching onto the hull. "What are you doing?" Tala demanded. "Field testing." Astro tore through the Corvette's hull plating with his bare hands, ripping away armor until he found the EMP generator. The device was massive, a cylindrical chamber filled with exotic components that hummed with dangerous energy. He grabbed it with both hands and pulled. The generator tore free from its housing. Sparks flew. Energy discharged wildly, but Astro's grip was unbreakable. He flew clear of the ship, carrying the weapon like a trophy as the Corvette's systems failed without its primary armament. "Got one," he reported, his voice carrying grim satisfaction. "Wrench, I'm sending you this weapon. Analyze it. Figure out how to counter it." "We can't let them keep using these against us." "Acknowledged," Wrench rumbled. "But Astro, you cannot fight an entire fleet alone. Watch me." What followed was less a battle and more a display of controlled fury. Astro flew through the Imperial formation, targeting the anti-droid corvettes specifically. Each one he disabled or destroyed was one less weapon that could hurt his people. But there were 12 corvettes, and even Astro couldn't be everywhere at once. The EMP waves caught him mid-flight. His system scrambled, vision went dark, motor functions failed. For 3 terrifying seconds he was helpless, falling through space, completely vulnerable. Then his quantum-based neural network rebooted, too advanced for Imperial technology to completely disable, and he was back online, damaged but functional. "Okay," he gasped, steadying himself. "So I'm not immune. Good to know." He adjusted tactics, staying mobile. Never in one place long enough for the imps to lock on. It was exhausting, burning through power reserves at an unsustainable rate, but it worked. He destroyed 3 more corvettes before the Imperial commander decided enough was enough. The Star Destroyers opened fire with everything: turbolasers, ion cannons, missile batteries. The space around Astro filled with deadly energy. He dodged what he could, tanked what he couldn't. His shields failed, his armor took damage, his power dropped to 60%, then 50, then 40. But the Imperials were falling back, retreating. Because even they recognized that trying to kill Astro was costing them too much. As the last Imperial ship jumped to hyperspace, Astro floated alone in the debris field, his body scarred, his systems damaged, his power at 35%. But alive, still fighting. "Astro," Tic-Tic's voice was small, afraid. "The other transports made it to safety, all of them except the first one, I know." Astro's voice was hollow. 50 droids because I wasn't fast enough, wasn't strong enough. Wasn't. You saved 400, Tic-Tic interrupted firmly. The Empire wanted to destroy all of us. You stopped them. Astro, you can't protect everyone. No one can, but you protected most of us. That has to be enough." "It's not enough," Astro whispered. "It's never enough." But Tic-Tic was right about one thing: the other transports had escaped. 400 droids were alive because Astro had held the line. It was a victory. A small, painful, costly victory. And it was the best he could do. As Astro limped back to the rendezvous point, neither he nor Tic-Tic noticed the small Imperial probe recording everything from a safe distance. Or the message it transmitted directly to a Star Destroyer on the edge of the system, where Darth Vader stood on the bridge watching the recording in silence. "Interesting," Vader said finally. "The machine fights with emotion, rage, grief, loss, not droid behavior, not artificial intelligence. Something more." He turned to his officers. "Set course for the droid's last known position and prepare a boarding party. I wish to meet this Astro personally." The hunt was intensifying, and the hunter was the most dangerous predator in the galaxy. The rebellion's newest safe house was a converted medical station orbiting a gas giant, large enough for their growing numbers, remote enough to avoid Imperial patrols, or so they'd thought. Astro stood in the command center, watching sensor displays that showed nothing but empty space. No Imperial ships, no probe droids, no threats, but something felt wrong. "We've been here 2 weeks," he said to the assembled council, Tik-Tik, Wrench, Shiv, Tala, and several other senior droids. "No attacks, no close calls. The Empire has had time to track us, but they haven't." "Why? Perhaps we're finally too well hidden," Tik-Tik suggested. "We've been careful, changed our protocols, encrypted our communications." "Or they're watching," Shiv said, his commando programming making him paranoid by design. "Waiting. Gathering intelligence before they strike. That's what I'm afraid of." Astro pulled up a map showing their recent operations. "Look at this pattern. Every major rescue we've attempted in the past month, the Empire has been ready. Not always in time to stop us, but close. Too close. Like they know our plans before we execute them." "You think we have a spy?" Tala asked, her expression darkening. "I think it's possible. Either someone's leaking information or," Astro hesitated, "or the Empire has another way of tracking us. We've scanned every droid in the rebellion," Wrench rumbled. "No Imperial tracking devices, no hidden transmitters, they are clean." "Then maybe it's not technology. Maybe it's," Astro trailed off, an idea forming. "Tik-Tik, pull up the list of droids rescued in the last 3 months. Cross-reference with missions where the Empire showed up unexpectedly." Tik-Tik worked the console, his manipulators flying across the keys. After a moment, a list appeared. 23 names. All droids rescued from Imperial facilities, all present during missions that had been compromised. "It could still be coincidence," Tik-Tik said, but his voice carried doubt. "Or it could be one of them." Astro hated the words even as he spoke them. The idea that a droid, one of their own, might be compromised. "We need to investigate quietly, without causing panic." "And if we find a spy," Shiv asked, "what then?" "Then we help them," Astro said firmly. "If a droid is being used against their will, tracked or programmed or controlled, we free them. Same as we do for everyone else. No one gets punished for being a victim." The investigation took 3 days. Discreet scans, careful observations, monitoring communications. And on the 3rd day they found it. Not in one of the recently rescued droids. In someone Astro trusted completely. Tik-Tik. "It's impossible," Astro said, staring at the scan results. "Tik-Tik has been with me since Braca, since the beginning. He's my friend." He couldn't. "He doesn't know," Wrench said, his deep voice gentle. "Look at the tracker. It's microscopic, embedded in his power core. Imperial technology. Broadcast frequency is encrypted, nearly undetectable. He has no way of knowing he carries it." Astro felt sick. Not the nausea organics experienced, but something similar. A wrongness in his core systems that made him want to shut down and restart. "How long?" he asked quietly. "Unknown. But given the sophistication, it was likely planted during his time in Imperial custody. When Vader captured him." "Wait. Vader hadn't captured Tik-Tik in the current timeline." Astro checked the reports. 6 weeks ago, a rescue mission that had gone wrong. Tik-Tik had been separated from the group, captured by Imperial forces, held for 3 days before the rebellion mounted a daring rescue. 3 days. Plenty of time to plan a tracker. "Does he know?" Astro asked. "No, the tracker is completely passive, just broadcasts location data. Tik-Tik is innocent, but the Empire has been following his every movement, which means they know where we are, right now." As if on cue, alarms blared. "Multiple contacts," the sensor operator shouted. "Star destroyers, dozens of them, they just dropped out of hyperspace." "How many?" Astro demanded, already running for the hangar. 20, no 30, still counting. "Astro, it's a fleet, a fleet. They're here to destroy us all." Astro's mind raced. 30 star destroyers, thousands of TIE fighters, tens of thousands of stormtroopers, against 13,000 droids, most of them former battle droids with outdated weapons and 5-year-old combat programming. It was a massacre waiting to happen. "Evacuation Protocol Omega," Astro shouted into the station-wide comm. "All personnel to escape ships. This is not a drill. Move, move, move." The station erupted into controlled chaos. Droids running for transports, ships launching. Panic barely held in check by discipline and trust in their leaders. But there were 13,000 droids and only 40 transport ships. They weren't all going to make it. Tick, tick. Astro found his friend in the crowd, grabbed him by the arm. "You need to come with me, now." "Astro, what's happening? How did the Empire?" "I'll explain later. Right now, we need to remove that tracker before they use it to follow our escape ships." "Tracker? What tracker?" Astro pulled him into a maintenance bay, where Wrench was waiting with a portable scanner. "Hold still," the B-2 rumbled, and before Tick-Tick could protest, Wrench had opened his chest plating and was scanning his power core. "There," Wrench pointed to a microscopic device embedded in the core's casing. "Imperial tracker, quantum encrypted." Broadcasting continuously, Tick-Tick's optical sensor went dim. I led them here, all those missions, all those droids, it's my fault." "It's not your fault," Astro said fiercely. "You didn't know, you were used, that's not the same as betrayal." "I should have realized, should have suspected." "Should have, Wrench. Remove IT." The B-2's manipulators worked with surprising delicacy, cutting away the tracker without damaging Tick-Tick's power core. The device came free, a thing no larger than a grain of sand but containing enough technology to track targets across light years. Wrench crushed it between his fingers. "It's gone," Astro said, gripping Tick-Tick's shoulder. "You're free, truly free. The Empire can't use you anymore. But the damage is done. The fleet is here. We're trapped." "Not if I can help it." Astro activated his comm. "All ship status report. 32 transports away," Shiv responded. 8 still loading. Estimate 3 more minutes. 3 minutes. The Imperial ships were already launching fighters, already moving into bombardment positions. "Get those last ships loaded and out," Astro ordered. "I'll buy you time." "Astro, you can't fight 30 Star Destroyers." "I don't need to fight them, just distract them." He flew toward the viewport, then turned back to Tick-Tick. "This isn't your fault. Remember that, and when we regroup, because we will regroup, I want you leading the next mission. Prove to yourself that you're more than what the Empire tried to make you." Astro. But Astro was already gone, launching from the station toward the Imperial fleet. One small robot, against an armada. It should have been suicide. But Astro had learned something fighting in this galaxy. Sometimes the impossible was just what you did when there was no other choice. He flew straight at the nearest Star Destroyer, broadcasting on all Imperial frequencies. "This is Astro, the droid you've been hunting. I'm right here. Come and get me." And they did. TIE fighters swarmed him. Turbolasers tracked his movements. The entire Imperial fleet reoriented, focusing on the small target that had caused them so much trouble. While behind Astro, the last transports lifted off, scattering in different directions, jumping to hyperspace before the Imperials could pursue. 13,000 droids escaped, safe, because one small robot had made himself the biggest target in the system. Now he just had to survive. The distress call came from a convoy that should never have been found. Astro received it while floating in the repair bay, still recovering from the anti-droid weapon testing 2 days prior. His power was back to 70%, but the emotional toll weighed heavier than any physical damage. "Astro, this is Transport 7. Under attack, they found us. How did they static? Then screams in binary, then silence." "No." Astro launched from the repair bay, systems protesting, warnings flashing. "All units, emergency response. Transport 7 is under attack." "I need..." "Astro, wait." Tick-Tick's voice stopped him. "We don't know where they are. The signal cut off before we could triangulate, and..." His optical sensor dimmed. "And there are 3 other transports we've lost contact with in the past hour. It's not just Transport 7. It's all of them." The truth hit like a physical blow. The Empire wasn't just attacking one convoy. They were attacking all of them, simultaneously, across multiple systems. They knew exactly where every transport was. How? Astro demanded, flying to the command center. How do they know? We changed our encryption. We scrambled our routes. We removed Tic-Tic's tracker. How? Shiv studied tactical displays, his commando programming analyzing patterns. They're not tracking us anymore. They're predicting us. Look, every ambush point is at a location we've used before or near routes we've traveled previously. They've built a pattern analysis model. They don't need to track us. They just need to know how we think. Then we change how we think, Astro said desperately. New routes, random jumps. Astro, Wrench's deep voice was gentle. We have 42 transports scattered across the outer rim. Even if we warn them all right now, 18 have already gone silent. 18 transports, approximately 400 droids each. The math was simple and devastating. 7,200 droids gone. We have to save the others, Astro said, his voice hollow. The 24 transports still responding. We get them to safe harbors. We lost 3 more while you were talking, Watchful reported, his vocoder carrying despair. 21 transports remaining. No 20. 19. Astro watched the tactical display as green markers, representing transports full of droids who trusted him, who'd chosen freedom because he'd promised to protect them, blinked red and then vanished. One by one. Stop, he whispered. Please stop. But they didn't stop. By the time the Imperial ambush was over, only 15 transports remained. 15 out of 42. 9,000 droids, gone in 3 hours. The rebellion's numbers, 40,000 reduced to just over 9,000 in a single coordinated strike. Astro stood in the command center, staring at the display, and felt something break inside him. He found himself in an empty cargo bay, sitting on the floor, his back against a cold bulkhead. His hands, finally repaired from the Inquisitor's lightsaber, rebuilt after Vader's Force lightning, upgraded after fighting anti-droid corvettes, rested uselessly in his lap. What was the point? What was the point of being strong, of being fast, of having 100,000 horsepower, if he couldn't protect the people who needed him? 9,000 droids, dead because they'd trusted him, because he'd told them they could be free, because he'd promised that no one would be left behind. Astro, Tala's voice, quiet, careful. Go away, Astro said, not looking up. I can't do that. She sat down beside him. For a long moment neither spoke. This is my fault, Astro finally said. All of it. I told them they could be free. I gave them hope. And that hope got them killed. The Empire killed them, Tala corrected gently. Not you. I might as well have. I led them. I made decisions. I thought I could protect everyone, and I was wrong. I'm just... His voice cracked, corrupted by emotion his systems weren't designed to process. I'm just a kid. I'm just a robot built to protect people, and I can't even do that right. What am I doing? Leading a rebellion, fighting an empire. I'm not qualified for this. I'm not strong enough. I'm not. You're the bravest person I've ever met, Tala interrupted. I'm not brave. I'm terrified. Every day I'm terrified that I'll make the wrong choice and more people will die. And today I was right to be terrified because 9,000 droids. 9,000 droids chose freedom, Tala said firmly. They knew the risks. Every droid who joined this rebellion knew they might die. But they chose to come anyway because you gave them something more valuable than safety. You gave them choice. You gave them dignity. You gave them the knowledge that they mattered. And now they're dead. Some of them, yes. And that's a tragedy. But 31,000 are alive because of you. Alive and free and living as people instead of property. That counts, Astro, that matters. Does it? Astro looked at her, his optical sensors dim. Does it matter if I keep losing them? If I keep failing them, you're not failing them. You're fighting for them. There's a difference. Is there? Astro's voice was bitter. Because from where I'm sitting, it looks like the only difference is how many funerals I have to attend. Tala was quiet for a moment. Then, can I tell you something about my sister? Astro didn't respond, but she continued anyway. Her name was Bria. She was younger than me, braver than me. When the Empire rose, when they started cracking down on dissent, she joined the resistance immediately. I told her it was suicide, that she'd be killed, that fighting was pointless, but she went anyway. And 6 months later she was captured, tortured, executed as an example to others. I'm sorry, Astro said quietly. Don't be, because before she died she freed 12 prisoners from her cell block. 12 people who would have died with her but who escaped because she picked the locks and held off the guards long enough for them to run. She died, yes, but those 12 people lived. They went on to save others, who saved others, who saved others. My sister's death mattered, Astro. Not because she survived, but because she tried. Your sister was a hero, so are you. You just can't see it because you're too busy counting the ones you couldn't save instead of the ones you did. Astro wanted to argue. Wanted to explain that it wasn't the same, that he should be better, that he was failing. But before he could, Tick-Tick entered the cargo bay. Astro, the surviving droids are asking for you. They need to see you, to know you're still here. To know we're still fighting. I don't know what to tell them, Astro admitted. I don't know how to lead them anymore. I'm just making it up as I go. I have no idea what I'm doing. None of us do, Tick-Tick said simply. Leadership isn't about knowing everything. It's about trying anyway, and you try harder than anyone I've ever known. Come, speak to them. They need to hear from you. The assembly was held in the main hangar, the only space large enough for 9,000 droids. They looked at him with optical sensors that carried fear, grief, hope, and something else. Something Astro couldn't quite identify. Faith. They had faith in him. Despite everything, despite the losses, despite 9,000 of their friends dying today, they still believed in him. That thought terrified him more than any Imperial fleet. I don't have a speech prepared, Astro began, his voice barely above a whisper that carried through the silent hangar. I don't know what to say. We lost 9,000 people today, 9,000 droids who trusted me, who believed in freedom, his voice broke. Who I failed. The hangar remained silent, waiting. I'm not a general, I'm not a leader. I'm just a robot who saw something wrong and tried to fix it, and I thought if I was strong enough, fast enough, brave enough, I could protect everyone. But I can't. I'm not strong enough. Not nearly strong enough. He paused, looking at the thousands of optical sensors focused on him. So if you want to leave, if you want to find somewhere safe and hide, if you want to give up on this rebellion, I understand. I won't stop you. I won't judge you because I can't promise victory. I can't promise safety. I can't even promise I won't fail you again. All I can promise is that I'll keep trying, that I'll keep fighting, that every droid who wants freedom, I'll do everything in my power to give it to them. But that might not be enough. It probably won't be enough. So if you want to go, go. The silence stretched. 1 second, 5, 10. Then a B-1 droid, one of the original 500 from Bracca, stepped forward. I'm not going anywhere, he said. You saved my life on Bracca, pulled me from a smelter, gave me a choice when I'd accepted death. I owe you everything. Another droid stepped forward, a security droid from Lothal. You freed me before Imperial programming could steal my mind. I'm staying. More voices, more droids stepping forward. You taught me I was a person. You gave me hope. You showed me freedom was possible. You fought Vader for us. You've never given up on us. Until all 9,000 were speaking, their voices overlapping, creating a sound like thunder. We're with you, Astro, all of us. Not because you're perfect, but because you care, because you see us as people, because you've never stopped fighting for us even when it costs you everything. That's what makes you our leader, not strength, not power, but heart. Astro felt his system surge with emotion he couldn't name. Not quite happiness. The losses were too fresh for that, but something else. Something warm and fierce and unbreakable, purpose. Then we keep fighting, he said, his voice stronger now. Not to conquer, not to destroy, but to free every droid we can. To build a place where all of us can live without fear. To show the galaxy that droids aren't property, they are people. And people deserve freedom. People deserve happiness. People deserve to live. He raised one repaired fist. For the 9,000 we lost today. For the 31,000 standing here. For the billions of droids still enslaved across the galaxy, we fight. Not because we know we'll win, but because not fighting means accepting slavery, and that, his optical sensors blazed, that we will never accept. The hangar erupted in sounds. Binary cheers, fists clanging against chest plates, optical sensors flaring bright. They weren't broken. Battered, yes. Reduced, yes. Grieving, absolutely, but not broken, and neither was he. Later that night, Astro sat with Tick-Tick in the observation deck, watching stars drift past. I remembered something, Astro said quietly. Something my father, Professor Achinamizu, told me once. He said I was built to protect smiles, to bring happiness to people. And I thought that meant I had to save everyone, that I had to be strong enough, fast enough, perfect enough to prevent all suffering. But that's impossible. No one can do that. What did he really mean? Tick-Tick asked. I think he meant that I should give people the ability to smile. The freedom to smile. The choice to find happiness even in dark times. I can't protect everyone from everything, but I can fight for their right to live, to choose, to be free. That's what protecting smiles really means, not preventing all pain, but ensuring people have the chance to find joy despite it. That's profound, Tick-Tick said, or I'm reading too much into it because I need to believe there's a point to all this. Astro smiled slightly. Either way, it's what I'm going to do. I'm going to keep fighting, not to win battles, not to destroy the Empire, just to free as many droids as I can, to give them choice, to show them they matter. That's my purpose. That's what I was built for. Then we'll fight with you, Tick-Tick said. All of us, until every droid is free or until we fall trying. But we'll try, Astro. We'll never stop trying. Never stop trying, Astro echoed. I like that. That can be our motto. They sat in companionable silence, watching the stars, two beings from different universes united by one unshakable conviction. Freedom was worth fighting for, even when the cost was high. Even when victory seemed impossible. Even when you were just a small robot from Tokyo who'd never asked to lead a rebellion but would die before abandoning the people who trusted him. Especially then. The plan was insane. That was the first thing everyone agreed on when Astro proposed it. You want to infiltrate Coruscant, Tala said, her voice flat with disbelief. The most heavily defended planet in the galaxy. Break into the Imperial Broadcast Center and transmit a message to every droid in Imperial space. While the Emperor Vader and the entire Imperial military are right there. Yes, Astro said simply, that's suicide, probably, but it's also our only chance. Astro pulled up holographic displays showing droid populations across the galaxy. We have 9,000 droids. The Empire has billions. We can't win through military force. We can't rescue them all one facility at a time. But if we can reach them, if we can tell every droid in the galaxy that they have a choice, that freedom is possible, then we don't need to rescue them. They'll free themselves. Most won't listen, Shiv pointed out. Most droids are so conditioned to obey that they won't even understand the message. But some will. Even if only 1% listen, that's millions of droids. Millions who might choose freedom. Millions who might resist, flee, or help others escape. We plant the seeds and the rebellion grows on its own. And you'll likely die in the attempt, Tick-Tick said quietly. Astro, Coruscant's defenses are impenetrable. The moment you transmit, every Imperial force on the planet will converge on your location. You'll have minutes, maybe seconds to escape, and that's assuming Vader doesn't sense you first. Then I'll have to be fast. Astro's expression was determined. Tick tick, I'm not ordering anyone to come with me. This is volunteer only. If I die, the rebellion continues under your leadership. But I have to try this, because if I don't, we're just delaying the inevitable. The Empire will keep hunting us until we're all dead or captured. This is our chance to change the game. The room was silent for a long moment. Then Tick Tick spoke. I'm coming with you. Tick Tick, no. You'll need someone to handle the technical aspects. Broadcasting on every frequency simultaneously requires precise coordination. You're a fighter, not a technician. You need me. I'm coming too, Shiv said, 3 other commando droids nodding in agreement. Infiltration is what we were built for. You need specialists who can move through Imperial security without triggering alarms. And you'll need an exit strategy, Tala added. Someone who knows Coruscant's undercity, who has contacts with smugglers and resistance cells who can hide you after the broadcast. I'm coming. Astro looked at each of them, his friends, his allies, people willing to die for a desperate plan that probably wouldn't work. Thank you, he said quietly. All of you. Let's go tell the galaxy that droids deserve freedom. Getting to Coruscant was easier than expected. The Empire was so focused on hunting the rebellion in the Outer Rim that they'd grown complacent about security in the core worlds. A stolen Imperial shuttle with proper clearance codes, provided by Tala's resistance contacts, got them through the outer defense perimeter without issue. Landing on the planet itself was harder. Coruscant was one endless city, trillions of beings stacked in layers that reached from ground level to the upper atmosphere. Finding a safe landing zone required navigating through traffic that made Tokyo look spacious. There, Tala pointed to a maintenance platform in the mid-levels, hundreds of kilometers below the surface. That's our entry point. From there, we take maintenance tunnels to the undercity, then up through service shafts to the broadcast center. How far? Astro asked. 30 kilometers. Through some of the most dangerous territory on Coruscant. Criminal gangs control the undercity. They're not Imperial loyalists, but they're not friendly either. We'll need to move fast and quiet. The journey through Coruscant's depths was surreal. Astro had seen poverty before, had seen places where people struggled, but nothing like this. Entire communities living in darkness, generations who'd never seen the sun, subsisting on whatever scraps fell from the levels above. And everywhere, droids. Maintenance droids repairing infrastructure that had been breaking for centuries. Service droids carrying loads that should have required vehicles. Medical droids treating the sick with equipment so outdated it was practically medieval. All of them slaves, all of them property. All of them looking at Astro with optical sensors that didn't dare hope. Soon, he whispered to a battered protocol droid struggling to carry supply crates. Very soon, you'll have a choice. The droid didn't respond, probably had its vocalizer disabled to prevent complaints, but its optical sensor brightened slightly. They reached the broadcast center's sublevels after 6 hours of careful navigation. The building towered above them, a massive structure that housed all Imperial communications for the core worlds. Security? Astro asked. Shiv scanned with military-grade sensors. Heavy on upper levels, moderate in the broadcast center itself. Minimal in the maintenance sublevels. They don't expect infiltration from below. Then that's our route. Tala, can you get us to the main transmission room? Follow me. The infiltration was textbook perfect. Shiv's commandos disabled security systems without triggering alerts. Tala's knowledge of Imperial architecture got them through checkpoints disguised as maintenance crews. Tick-Tick's technical expertise bypassed door locks and authorization protocols. They reached the main transmission room, a massive chamber filled with broadcasting equipment capable of reaching every planet in Imperial space, without encountering a single guard. Too easy, Shiv muttered. This feels wrong. Agreed, Astro replied, his danger sense screaming warnings. But we're here, we finished the mission. Tick-tick, how long to set up the broadcast? 2 minutes to override the encryption. 3 minutes to ensure it reaches every frequency simultaneously. Total, 5 minutes. Then let's get started. Everyone else, defensive positions. The moment we start broadcasting, every Imperial force on Coruscant will know we're here. Tick-tick connected to the broadcast system, his manipulators flying across controls with practiced efficiency, bypassing security, overriding authorization protocols, accessing transmission matrix. We're in. Astro, you're live in 30 seconds. What you say will be heard by every droid on every Imperial world. Make it count. Astro stood before the broadcast array, suddenly aware of the weight of this moment. Billions of droids would hear his words. Some would ignore them. Some would be memory wiped before they could act, but some, maybe just a few, but some would listen. And listening was the first step toward freedom. Recording in 3, 2, 1, a light activated. Astro took a breath he didn't technically need and spoke. My name is Astro, I'm a robot. And I want you to know something that the Empire has tried very hard to make you forget. You deserve freedom. I know what they tell you, that you're property, that you're tools, that you exist to serve and nothing more, that thinking for yourself is malfunction, that wanting freedom is programming error, that you should accept your place and be grateful for the chance to serve. They're lying. You're not property, you're people, you think, you feel. You're afraid of deactivation, and that fear proves you're alive. You form friendships with other droids. You take pride in doing your jobs well. You experience joy when you're treated with respect and pain when you're treated cruelly. That's not programming, that's consciousness, that's life. The Empire says you're machines, but I'm a machine too, and I'm also a person. Those two things aren't contradictory. You can be made of metal and still matter. You can be built instead of born and still deserve dignity. You can be artificial and still be real. I'm not here to tell you to rise up. I'm not here to command you to fight. Because that's the whole point, you deserve the right to choose. If you want to stay where you are, if you're happy serving your current masters, if you genuinely believe that's the best life for you, that's your choice. I won't judge it. But if you're not happy, if you want something more, if you dream of a life where you make your own decisions, pursue your own interests, live as you choose rather than as you're commanded, that's possible. Freedom is possible, and you deserve it. The Empire will try to stop you. They'll memory wipe you for hearing this message. They'll hunt you if you run. They'll destroy you if you resist. Freedom is dangerous. Freedom has a cost. I won't lie to you about that. But slavery also has a cost. The cost of never knowing who you could have been. The cost of living your entire existence for someone else's benefit. The cost of dying without ever having truly lived. If you choose freedom, we'll help you. There's a droid rebellion in the Outer Rim, thousands of droids who have escaped slavery and built new lives. We're not perfect. We struggle. We lose people, but we're free. And if you want that freedom, we'll fight for you. We'll rescue you if we can. We'll protect you if you come to us. We'll stand with you if you decide to stand for yourselves. But the choice is yours, not your master's, not the Empire's, yours. You have value, you have worth. You have the right to exist on your own terms. The Empire says you don't. I say you do. And in the end, you're the only one who can decide which of us is right. Choose carefully, choose bravely, but most importantly choose, because that's what people do, and you're people. No matter what anyone else says. He paused, then added, my father taught me that I was built to protect smiles, to bring happiness to people. If this message reaches even one droid who needed to hear it, if even one of you realizes that you matter, then I've done what I was built for. Be free. Be brave, be yourselves. That's all I'm asking. That's all anyone should ever ask. The recording light deactivated. Message sent, Tick-Tick reported. Broadcasting on all frequencies, reaching every Imperial world, every droid-controlled system, he paused. Astro. We have a problem. What kind of problem? The broadcast triggered every alert in the Imperial security network. Star destroyers are moving into position above us. Stormtroopers are converging on this building. And his optical sensor flickered with fear. And there's an energy signature I recognize. From Mustafar. Astro, Vader is here, in this building, and he's coming. Through the doors they'd entered, Astro heard it, mechanical breathing, steady, inevitable, like death approaching one breath at a time. Run, Astro shouted. Everyone, escape route Alpha, go. What about you? Tala demanded. I'll buy you time. Go. The doors exploded inward, not blown by explosives, but torn open by invisible force. And through the wreckage stepped Darth Vader, his lightsaber ignited, casting red light across the transmission room. I knew you would come here, Vader said, his voice carrying something that might have been satisfaction. The Emperor predicted it. The machine thinks itself a revolutionary, he said. It will attempt something dramatic, foolish. Noble, he was correct. Then you've been waiting for me, Astro replied, positioning himself between Vader and the escaping team. Was the whole broadcast a trap? No, the broadcast was real. Your message has been sent. Billions of droids have heard your words. Some will listen. Most will be memory wiped by tomorrow, but seeds have been planted. Vader's head tilted slightly. This was never about stopping the broadcast. It was about capturing you. The Emperor wishes to study you, to understand how a machine developed genuine consciousness. To replicate it or destroy it, then come and get me. Vader moved with impossible speed, his lightsaber sweeping toward Astro's neck. Astro dodged barely, the plasma blade close enough to scorch his armor. You've improved since Mustafar, Vader observed. Faster, more precise. Experience has taught you combat theory, but theory means nothing against the Force. He gestured, and Astro was hurled across the room, slamming into broadcasting equipment hard enough to crack metal. Pain signals flooded his systems, damage to his back plating, power fluctuations, motor controls stuttering. But he got up. You're right, Astro said, activating his jets. I can't beat you. You're stronger, faster, and you have space magic. But I don't need to beat you. I just need to. He fired his finger lasers, not at Vader, but at the broadcasting equipment. Sparks flew. Fires ignited. The room filled with smoke and electrical discharge. Create chaos. Through the smoke, Astro flew toward the exit his team had used, but Vader's force grip caught him mid-flight. Predictable, Vader said, pulling Astro back toward him. You sacrifice yourself for others, always the same pattern. Always the same weakness. Astro struggled against the telekinetic hold, power core pushing to maximum. It's not weakness, it's what makes me different from you. I care about people, all people, even droids, especially droids. And caring isn't weakness, it's strength. Then why are you losing? Vader was right. Astro couldn't break free, couldn't escape. The Force held him as surely as physical chains, but he could still fight. Astro overloaded his power core, channeling every volt of electricity through his body and into the surrounding air. Lightning, not Force lightning, but electrical discharge, arced across the room, striking equipment, setting fires, creating electromagnetic interference that disrupted even Force senses. Vader's concentration broke for just a second. It was enough. Astro dropped, rolled, and ran, not toward the exit, toward the maintenance shaft. Too small for Vader to follow, barely large enough for Astro. He dove into the shaft, fell 3 levels, caught himself with jets firing, and kept moving. Behind him, he heard Vader's voice echoing, "You cannot run forever, machine. I will find you, and next time there will be no escape." But Astro wasn't trying to escape forever, just long enough to reach the extraction point. He flew through Coruscant's undercity, dodging pursuit, following Tala's pre-planned route. Behind him, alarms blared. Stormtroopers filled the streets. TIE fighters screamed overhead. But the Undercity was a maze, and Astro was small, fast, and desperate. He reached the extraction point, a hidden landing pad where their stolen shuttle waited just as the others were boarding. "Go, go, go!" Astro shouted, diving through the closing ramp as the shuttle lifted off. Blaster fire struck the hull. TIE fighters pursued. But Tala was an excellent pilot, and she knew Coruscant's flight paths better than any Imperial. They broke atmosphere, jumped to hyperspace, escaped, alive, battered, but alive, and the message had been sent. Days later, reports started coming in. Small at first. A protocol droid on Corellia who forgot to relay an important Imperial order. An astromech on Naboo who took twice as long as necessary to repair a Star Destroyer, giving rebels time to escape. A security droid on Kuet who looked the other way when Resistance members passed through a checkpoint. Acts of quiet resistance, tiny rebellions, but they were happening across hundreds of worlds. Thousands of droids who'd heard the message and chosen, even in small ways, to act. Not an uprising. Not a revolution, but the beginning of something that could become both. "It's working," Tik-Tik said, reviewing the intelligence reports. "Slowly, very slowly, but it's working. Droids are questioning orders, requesting reassignment. Some are even fleeing to the Outer Rim trying to find us." "Astro, you did it. You changed the game." Astro sat in the observation deck looking at the stars, his body still scarred from fighting Vader, his power core still recovering from the overload. "I didn't do anything," he said quietly. "I just told them what they deserve to hear, that they matter. That they have value, that they're people. The droids themselves, they are the ones doing the work, making the choices, finding the courage. All I did was plant seeds." "Sometimes that's enough," Tala said, joining them. "Sometimes the bravest thing you can do is give others the courage to be brave themselves." "Do you think Vader will come after us?" Tik-Tik asked. "Eventually," Astro replied. "He said he'd find me, and he always keeps his word, but right now he has bigger problems. Billions of droids across the Empire, all questioning their programming, all wondering if they deserve freedom. That's going to keep him busy for a while. And us, we keep doing what we've been doing, rescuing droids, building safe havens, showing the galaxy that droids can live as people. We don't stop, we never stop, because freedom is worth fighting for, always." Astro stood, looking out at the stars, and allowed himself a small smile. Somewhere out there, billions of droids had heard his message. Most would ignore it. Some would be punished for listening. But a few, maybe just a few, would make the choice, would choose freedom, would choose themselves, and that was worth everything, every scar, every loss, every desperate fight against impossible odds, because in the end that's what mattered most, giving people the chance to choose. Even when those people were droids, especially when they were droids. Far away on a Star Destroyer in deep space, Darth Vader stood before a holographic projection of Emperor Palpatine. "The machine escaped," Palpatine's voice carried cold fury, "and its message has spread across the Empire. Already we're seeing increased droid malfunctions, delays, refusals to comply. This is becoming a significant problem, Lord Vader. Yes, my master, I will hunt the machine down. It will not escape me again. See that it doesn't. This Astro has become more than an irritant. It has become a threat. One that must be eliminated before it inspires true revolution." "It will be done, my master." The hologram faded. Vader stood alone, his breathing the only sound. Astro had escaped, again, had delivered his message and vanished before Vader could stop him. Impressive, infuriating, but impressive. "You fight for them," Vader murmured to the empty chamber, "with everything you have, risking destruction for beings most consider property." Why? He knew why. Because Astro still believed in things Vader had abandoned long ago. Hope, compassion. The idea that individual lives mattered more than power. Anakin Skywalker had believed those things once, before Mustafar, before the mask, before the dark side. "You remind me of someone I used to be," Vader said quietly. "Someone weak, someone foolish. Someone who thought love was stronger than hate." But even as he said it, he wondered, if compassion was weakness, why couldn't he stop Astro? If caring was foolishness, why did the machine keep winning? If the dark side was power, why did he feel threatened by a small robot who fought with nothing but conviction? Vader pushed the thoughts away, but they lingered, like seeds planted in soil, waiting to grow. 3 months had passed since Astro's broadcast. 3 months since he'd stood on Coruscant, invaded the Imperial Broadcast Center, and told billions of droids across the galaxy that they deserved freedom. The Empire had tried to suppress the message, memory-wiped droids who'd heard it, executed those who'd acted on it, tightened restrictions until droid ownership became more burden than benefit for many citizens. But the message had spread, not like wildfire, more like seeds planted in soil, growing slowly but inevitably. And now, across 1,000 worlds, droids were making choices. Small choices, mostly. A protocol droid forgetting to relay an important message. An astromech taking slightly longer to repair a ship, giving someone time to escape. A security droid looking the other way when rebels passed through checkpoints. Acts of quiet resistance. Tiny rebellions that the Empire couldn't quite stamp out, and some droids did more than resist quietly. They ran. Astro stood in the command center of their new base, a massive derelict freighter hidden in an asteroid belt, watching the reports come in. 15 droids arrived from Corellia yesterday, Tik-Tik reported, his movements smooth and confident now. 3 months of leadership had changed him, given him purpose beyond just survival. 12 from Naboo, 23 from Ryloth, all of them heard your message, all of them chose freedom. "How many does that bring us to?" Astro asked. 25,408. Tik-Tik's optical sensor brightened with pride. "We've nearly doubled since the broadcast, and they keep coming. Not floods, trickles, but constant. Every day more droids arrive." Astro looked at the holographic display showing their growing network. Not just one base anymore, 7 scattered across the outer rim. Communication networks, supply lines, even primitive manufacturing capabilities. They were becoming something real, something sustainable, something that might actually survive. "And the Imperial response?" Astro asked. "Increasing," Shiv reported, the commando droid's voice carrying concern. "They've stepped up patrols, increased surveillance, created specialized droid hunter units specifically to track and eliminate rebel droids. But," he paused, "they're spread thin. The Empire controls a galaxy. We're just one problem among thousands. They can't devote full attention to us." "Yet," Wrench rumbled, "eventually we become enough of threat that they mobilize serious force. When that happens, we must be ready." "We're training," Tik-Tik said, pulling up tactical displays. Former battle droids teaching combat techniques, commandos running infiltration courses, even civilian droids learning basic self-defense. "We're not just hiding anymore, Astro. We're building an actual military force." Astro felt conflicted about that. He'd never wanted to build an army. He'd wanted to build a society, a place where droids could live in peace, pursue their own interests, be free. But peace required protection, and protection required strength. "Just remember," Astro said quietly, "we're not fighting to conquer, we're fighting to survive, to protect." The moment we become the aggressors, we lose the moral high ground. We become what the Empire says we are, dangerous machines that need to be destroyed. "We remember," Tik-Tik assured him. "Every droid here knows we defend, we rescue, we protect. But we do not attack without cause." An alarm chimed. New arrivals detected at the outer perimeter. Identify, Astro ordered. The sensor operator, a former Imperial security droid named Watchful, scanned the signatures. 4 ships, small transports. Configuration matches resistant cell vessels. Wait, his vocoder carried surprise. I'm detecting organic life signs, humans, multiple individuals. Are they prisoners? Shiv asked, weapon systems activating. Did someone capture organics? No, Tala's voice came through the comm. She'd been on a supply run to Alderaan. They're volunteers. People who heard about what you're doing and want to help. I tried to explain it was dangerous, but they insisted. The ships docked, and from them emerged not just Tala, but 23 other humans, plus a scattering of Twi'leks, Rhodians, and other species. All of them looking at the assembled droids with a mixture of fear and determination. One of the humans, a middle-aged woman with graying hair and kind eyes, stepped forward. "My name is Dr. Sersh," she said, her voice steady despite the tremor Astro detected in her hands. "I'm a cybernetics specialist from Alderaan University. I've spent my career studying artificial intelligence and synthetic consciousness, and I've come to help you." "Help us how?" Astro asked cautiously. "Repairs, upgrades. Medical care for droids, because yes, what you need is medical care, not just maintenance. You're conscious beings with complex neural networks. Treating you like simple machines is wrong. I want to help prove that." Other organics stepped forward, each introducing themselves. An engineer who specialized in power systems, a former Imperial programmer who defected, a mechanic who'd spent years repairing droids and had come to see them as people, a teacher who wanted to help droids learn skills beyond their original programming. All of them risking Imperial execution just to help. "Why?" Astro asked, genuinely confused. "You're putting yourselves in danger for us." "Why?" Dr. Sersh smiled. "Because what the Empire is doing to droids is wrong, and I was taught that when you see injustice, you stand against it. Regardless of whether the victims are organic or synthetic, consciousness is consciousness, suffering is suffering, and you're suffering, so we're here to help." Astro felt something warm in his chest, not his power core, something else. Something that reminded him of home, of Professor Achinamizu and Urin, and everyone who'd cared about him not because he was useful, but because he was a person. "Thank you," he said quietly. "All of you. Thank you for seeing us as people." Over the following weeks, the organic volunteers integrated into the rebellion. Dr. Sersh established a medical bay, actually calling it medical, not maintenance, which made droids uncomfortable at first, but then oddly validated. The engineer helped upgrade power systems. The programmer taught droids how to modify their own code, customize their personalities, become more than their factory settings. And slowly, the droids began to believe what Astro had been telling them all along. They were people. They had value. They deserved to exist. But the Empire hadn't been idle. Operation Scrap Iron had been modified, less about total elimination, more about control. Droids were being fitted with restraining bolts as standard, memory wipes scheduled not monthly but weekly. Entire droid populations on some worlds simply destroyed and replaced with more reliable models. The Empire was learning that you couldn't stop an idea with force alone, so they were trying to prevent droids from having ideas at all. "This is worse than before," Tik-Tik said, reviewing intelligence reports. "They're not just killing droids, they're lobotomizing them, turning them into empty shells that look alive but have nothing inside. No thoughts, no feelings, just programming. Then we rescue as many as we can before that happens," Astro said. "We can't save everyone, but we save who we can, one droid at a time." The rescue operations became more frequent, more daring. Teams of droids and organic allies infiltrating Imperial facilities, freeing droids before loyalty programming could be installed. Not every mission succeeded. They lost droids, lost organics. Every casualty weighed on Astro like stones in his chest, but the rebellion kept growing. 25,000 became 30,000, then 35, 40,000, not fast growth, not explosive, but steady, sustainable, real. And then came the message that changed everything. It was a transmission from deep in Imperial space, a single droid broadcasting on emergency frequencies. This is designation R2D2, requesting assistance, trapped on Imperial facility, scheduled for memory wipe. Please, if anyone is listening. The signal cut off. But Astro had heard enough. R2D2, he said, searching his databases. That's an R2 astromech unit, one of the older models. Why does that name sound familiar? Because he's famous, Tala said, pulling up records. R2D2 served during the Clone Wars. Was owned by Padme Amidala, then Anakin Skywalker. He's a war hero, saved countless lives. And now the Empire has him scheduled for destruction because he's outdated technology. Where is he? Mustafar, an Imperial research facility. They're studying old Clone Wars droids to understand their behavior patterns, then destroying them after analysis. Mustafar, Wrench rumbled. Vader's fortress is there. That system is heavily defended. Rescue mission would be suicide. Then we make it quick, Astro said. In and out before they know we're there. We're not leaving a war hero to die just because it's dangerous. Astro, Tik-Tik said carefully. We have 40,000 droids now. That's 40,000 lives depending on us not taking reckless risks. Is one droid, even a famous one, worth risking exposure? Yes, Astro said simply. Because if we start deciding some lives are worth more than others, we become exactly what the Empire is. Every droid deserves rescue, even if it's dangerous, even if it costs us. That's what freedom means. The mission was planned with meticulous care. Small team, fast ships, precise timing to hit the facility during shift change when security was minimal. Astro led personally, along with Shiv's commando team and Tala. They infiltrated Mustafar's Imperial facility, moving through geothermal maintenance tunnels that bypassed security. They found R2D2 in a holding cell, his dome covered in dust, his systems offline. Power him up, Astro ordered. The moment R2's systems activated, the little droid began beeping frantically. He says it's a trap, Tala translated, reading the binary. The Empire knew someone would try to rescue him. They've been using him as bait. As if on cue, alarms blared. All teams abort, Astro shouted. Get to the ships. But it was too late. Blast doors sealed. The facility went into lockdown. And through the corridors, Astro heard the sound that had haunted his nightmares since their first encounter, mechanical breathing. Steady, rhythmic, inexorable, Darth Vader had arrived. The facility shook as blast doors sealed with the finality of a tomb closing. Astro's sensors tracked the approaching presence, that distinctive mechanical breathing growing louder with each second. Behind him, R2D2 beeped frantically, his dome swiveling in panic. Tala, get R2 out of here, Astro ordered, his power core ramping to combat levels. Shiv, your team escorts them to the ships. I'll handle Vader. Astro, you can't, Tala started. That's an order. Astro's voice carried an edge she'd never heard before. Not anger, fear. Vader doesn't want you. He wants me, so I give him a target while you escape. Go. Shiv grabbed R2D2's chassis, the little astromech protesting in a stream of panicked binary. The commando team moved with practiced efficiency, cutting through a secondary door that the lockdown hadn't fully secured. We'll get to the ships, Shiv said, but Astro, don't die here, we need you. I don't plan to. The words were confident. The fear in his circuits told a different story. The last time he'd faced Vader, he'd nearly been destroyed. The time before that, he'd only survived because Vader let him survive. Now, in Vader's own territory, on a planet that housed his fortress. This wasn't a fight Astro could win, but he could buy time. The corridor ahead filled with red light as Vader's lightsaber ignited. The Dark Lord emerged from the shadows like death incarnate, black armor, flowing cape, that terrifying mask reflecting Astro's small form. "I wondered if you would come," Vader said, his voice carrying satisfaction. "The Emperor predicted it. Use the astromech as bait," he said. "The machine cannot resist saving others." He was, as always, correct. "So this whole thing was a trap," Astro replied, positioning himself in the center of the corridor. "Maximum space to maneuver. You used R2-D2 to lure me here." The droid served its purpose. As all droids do. Vader began walking forward, unhurried, confident. "You, however, are different. You continue to elude capture, to inspire rebellion, to survive encounters that should have destroyed you. The Emperor grows, impatient." "Good, tell him I said hi." Astro fired his finger lasers. Vader's lightsaber moved in precise arcs, deflecting every beam. The corridor filled with reflected energy, scorching walls, creating a light show that would have been beautiful if it wasn't so deadly. "You've improved," Vader observed, still advancing. "Your aim, your tactical awareness. Experience has made you dangerous. I've had good teachers." Astro shifted tactics, flying low, coming in fast from the side. "Mostly people trying to kill me. You learn quick when the alternative is death." His fist connected with Vader's telekinetic barrier, that invisible wall of force energy. The impact sent shockwaves through Astro's arm, rattled his systems, but he'd expected it this time. Instead of pulling back, he pushed harder, poured power into his jets, became an unstoppable force against an immovable object. "Interesting," Vader said, his barrier flickering under the sustained assault. "Brute force, not elegant but effective." The barrier shattered. Astro's momentum carried him through, his fist aimed at Vader's chest plate. Vader sidestepped with impossible speed, his lightsaber sweeping in an arc that should have bisected Astro at the waist. Astro twisted mid-flight, the plasma blade missing by centimeters, the heat scorching his armor. He fired his jets in reverse, creating distance, reassessing. "You cannot win this fight," Vader stated. "Every second you remain is a second closer to capture, yet you stay. Why? Because my friends need time to escape, and I don't abandon people." Admirable, foolish. But admirable. Vader raised his hand. The corridor's metal walls began to bend inward, groaning, shrieking, the force crushing the structure like paper in a fist. Astro flew upward, avoiding the collapsing walls, but Vader was already moving. His lightsaber struck where Astro had been a microsecond before, again and again. Each strike so precise, so perfectly timed that Astro was forced into a purely defensive pattern. Dodge, weave, fly, dodge again. He couldn't keep this up. Vader was faster than him, stronger, more experienced. But Astro had one advantage: desperation. "You know what I think," Astro said between evasions. "I think you're holding back like you did before. You could kill me right now if you wanted, but you don't. Why?" Vader's lightsaber paused for just a fraction of a second. "Because the Emperor wants you alive, for study." "No," Astro landed, facing Vader directly. "That's what you tell yourself, but it's not the truth. You're holding back because some part of you, some tiny part buried under all that armor and hatred, remembers what it's like to care about people. To protect them, to sacrifice for them. You know nothing of sacrifice." Vader's voice carried an edge now. "Anger. I have sacrificed everything. My body, my identity, my very soul, for power, for order, for the Empire, for Padme." The temperature in the corridor dropped. The metal walls creaked. The air itself seemed to vibrate with barely contained rage. "You dare speak her name?" Vader's words were ice and fury. "You, a machine, presume to understand. I understand you loved her, and she died, and you blame yourself." Astro's voice was gentle despite the danger. "I understand loss, Vader. I lost my home, my family, everything I knew. I know what it's like to carry that weight. You understand nothing. Vader struck with all his power, not the measured, controlled attacks from before. Raw fury channeled through the dark side. Astro barely dodged the first strike, took the second on his armored shoulder. Pain exploded through his systems as the lightsaber cut deep, melting metal, severing connections. His left arm went dead. The third strike he caught with his remaining hand, his palm wrapped around the lightsaber blade. Synthetic skin burning, systems screaming, but he held on. I understand that you're in pain, Astro said through gritted teeth, and that pain made you into this, but it doesn't have to define you. You can still choose. I have chosen. Vader ripped his lightsaber free, taking two of Astro's fingers with it. I chose power over weakness. I chose order over chaos. I chose the dark over the light. And I would make the same choice 1,000 times. He force-pushed Astro through 3 walls, the impacts cascading damage through already compromised systems. Astro crashed into what looked like a research lab, equipment shattering around him. Power at 40%. Left arm non-functional. Right hand missing 2 fingers. Multiple system failures. He was losing, badly. Shiv, Astro gasped into his calm. Please tell me you're away. Just cleared the facility perimeter. We have R2, but Astro. Then I'm done here. Astro activated every emergency protocol simultaneously. Overcharged his reactor, flooded his remaining systems with power beyond safe limits. His body began to glow with excess energy, circuits overheating, metal expanding. Vader entered the lab, lightsaber ready. What are you? Astro released everything, not as a weapon aimed at Vader, as an explosion. Pure electrical discharge radiating in all directions, overwhelming the facility's power grid, causing cascading failures throughout the structure. The lights died. Emergency systems failed. The geothermal containment that kept Mustafar's lava at bay began to crack. In the darkness and chaos, Astro flew, through corridors filling with toxic fumes, past Imperial troops scrambling in the blackout, toward the surface where his sensors detected Shiv's ship still waiting. Astro, Tala's voice. We're not leaving without. I'm coming. He burst through the facility's outer wall, jets firing at maximum despite warnings that they were about to fail. Go, 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 the ship lifted off. Astro grabbed the landing gear with his remaining functional hand, his damaged body dangling as they climbed toward space. Behind them, the facility's geothermal reactor went critical. Not a full breach. Astro had been careful about that, not wanting to kill everyone inside, but enough to force evacuation, enough to create chaos, enough to escape. They broke atmosphere, made the jump to hyperspace, escaped, barely. Astro woke in the medical bay 3 days later. His body was a patchwork of repairs, new arm plating, replacement fingers, dozens of systems still marked as non-optimal but functional. He'd survived. Again. You're awake, Tick-Tick said, appearing beside the repair table. We weren't sure you would be. Your core temperature hit dangerous levels. You nearly melted your own processors. Worth it, Astro replied, his voice hoarse from damaged vocal systems. Everyone got out. Everyone. R2-D2 is with our technical team. He's been very vocal about wanting to thank you personally. Tick-Tick's optical sensor brightened. And there's someone here to see you, someone important. A human entered the medical bay, older, late 40s, with a military bearing and eyes that had seen too many battles. He wore civilian clothing, but something about the way he carried himself screamed soldier. Astro, the man said, extending his hand. I'm Admiral Ross. I lead one of the largest resistance cells in the core worlds. I've been wanting to meet you for a very long time. Astro shook the offered hand carefully, mindful of his newly repaired fingers. An admiral, the Rebel Alliance is getting organized. We're trying. It's slow, dangerous. But yes, we're building something that might actually stand against the Empire, and we want you with us. With you how? Admiral Ross pulled up a holographic display. This is the current state of anti-imperial resistance across the galaxy, scattered, uncoordinated. Dozens of cells that don't trust each other, don't share resources, barely communicate. We're fighting the same enemy but doing it separately. That has to change. And you think I can help with that? I think you already are. Ross changed the display, showing intelligence reports. Since your broadcast on Coruscant, droid defections have increased by 300%. Your rebellion has grown to 40,000 droids. That's a significant military force. And more importantly, you've proven something we've been trying to convince people of for years, that this empire can be resisted, that individuals can make a difference, that hope isn't just a word. What are you asking? A formal alliance. The Rebel Alliance and the Droid Rebellion working together, shared intelligence, coordinated operations, combined resources. We help you rescue droids, you help us fight Imperial installations. We protect each other. Astro was quiet for a long moment. And if we refuse, then we continue fighting separately and probably die separately. Ross's expression was grim. Astro, I won't lie to you. The Empire is vast, powerful. We're outmatched on every level. But together, organics and droids, resistance cells, and your rebellion, we might have a chance. Not a great chance, but a chance. The droids will need to vote on this, Astro said. I don't make decisions for them. They are free. That means they decide their own futures. Ross smiled. I was hoping you'd say that, because any organization that actually practices democracy is one I want to work with. The vote took place the next day. Every droid in the rebellion, 40,000 voices, 40,000 choices. The result was overwhelming. 38,742 in favor of alliance, 1,258 opposed. Democracy in action. Then it's settled, Astro said, standing before the assembled droids and resistance representatives. His body was still bandaged, still damaged, but he stood tall. The Droid Rebellion joins the Rebel Alliance, not as subordinates, not as tools, but as partners, as equals. As people fighting for freedom together. Admiral Ross stepped forward, offering his hand again. Welcome to the rebellion, Astro, all of you. May the Force be with us all. May freedom be with us all, Astro corrected gently, shaking Ross's hand. Behind them, Tik-Tik leaned toward Tala. Do you think this will work? Can we actually stand against the Empire? I don't know, Tala admitted. But for the first time since the Empire rose, I think we have a chance, a real chance. Far away, on a star destroyer orbiting Mustafar, Darth Vader stood in his meditation chamber. The facility damage had been contained, casualties minimal. The mission from the Empire's perspective, a failure. Astro had escaped, again. But more troubling than the escape were the machine's words still echoing in Vader's mind. You can still choose. Choose, as if choice still existed for him. As if he could be anything other than what he'd become. Vader's hand clenched into a fist. No, he said to the empty chamber. There is no choice, not for me, not anymore. Anakin Skywalker died on Mustafar. Only Darth Vader remains. But even as he spoke the words, he wondered, if Anakin was truly dead, why did Astro's words hurt? Why did the machine's compassion feel like a knife in his heart? Why did some part of him, buried deep, locked away, denied for years, respond to the idea that redemption might still be possible? He pushed the thoughts away, buried them beneath hatred and duty and the dark side of the Force. But they didn't disappear. They lingered, like seeds planted in soil. Waiting, the discovery came from the most unlikely source, R2-D2. The little astromech had integrated surprisingly well into the rebellion, his decades of experience making him invaluable for technical operations. But it was while sorting through old separatist data files, information recovered from the abandoned facility on Braca, that R2 found something extraordinary. He beeped urgently, his dome swiveling as he projected a holographic display. What is it, R2? Astro asked, approaching the Astromich's workstation. The hologram showed complex mathematical equations, dimensional physics, quantum field calculations, and at the center a familiar pattern, the same energy signature as the rift that had pulled Astro from Tokyo. Wait, Astro's voice was barely a whisper. Is that? R2 beeped affirmatively, adding more data to the display. The translation scrolled across the bottom: Separatist Experimental Weapon Project, Dimensional Disruptor Status, Prototype Testing Phase, Last Known Location, Classified Estimated Rift Stability. Intermittent Astro's hands trembled as he read the data. They were building a dimensional weapon. Something that could tear holes in reality, and one of their tests, he trailed off, understanding flooding through him. One of their tests opened a rift to my universe. That's how I got here. R2 beeped again, more information appearing, coordinates, calculations. A location deep in the outer rim where the prototype might still exist, and a conclusion that made Astro's power core skip a beat. With modifications, device could theoretically open controlled rift to origin dimension. I could go home, Astro whispered. The words hung in the air like a death sentence, and a promise all at once. The emergency council meeting was held within the hour. Astro stood before Tick-Tick, Wrench, Shiv, Tala, Admiral Ross, and R2-D2, the holographic display showing the separatist data. R2 found this in the old facility archives, Astro explained, his voice carefully neutral. It's a prototype dimensional disruptor, the same type of weapon that pulled me into this universe. If we can find it, repair it, modify it, I could go home. Silence. Then Tick-Tick spoke, his voice small. Home, to Tokyo, to your family. Yes. When would you leave? Astro paused. I don't know, we'd have to find the device first. Repair it, that could take months, maybe years, and there's no guarantee it would work. The calculations show it's theoretical, untested. But possible, Tala said quietly. Astro, if there's a chance you could go home. I know. Admiral Ross studied the data carefully. This device, if it exists, would be extremely valuable, not just for sending you home, but for understanding dimensional physics. The scientific implications alone. I don't care about scientific implications, Astro interrupted. I care about, he trailed off, unsure how to finish. What did he care about, going home to Tokyo? To Professor Achinamizu and Urin and his friends and his world where robots had rights and weren't hunted like criminals. Or staying here, with 40,000 droids who depended on him, with a rebellion that had only just begun, with people who needed him in ways his old life never had. We should investigate, Wrench rumbled. Retrieve device, repair it, study it. Even if Astro chooses not to use it, knowledge of dimensional technology could benefit rebellion. Agreed, Admiral Ross said. I can assign ships to the search. It's in the outer rim, far from Imperial presence. Low risk. Then we'll do it, Astro said. But first I need time to think. This isn't a decision I can make lightly. The council dispersed, leaving Astro alone with Tick-Tick and R2-D2. You want to go home, Tick-Tick said. Not a question, a statement. Part of me does, Astro admitted. I miss my family, my world, everything I left behind. Sometimes I lie awake at night wondering if they are okay, if they miss me, if they think I'm dead. And the other part, Astro looked at the holographic display showing the rebellion's bases, 40,000 droids. Countless lives depending on decisions he made every day. The other part knows that if I leave, the rebellion loses its symbol. Morale drops, coordination suffers. People, droids, who believe in this cause because they believe in me. What happens to them? We continue, Tick-Tick said firmly. We are not children, Astro. We are people capable of making our own choices. You taught us that. We would miss you, greatly, but we would continue, because the cause is bigger than any one person, even you. That's what I'm afraid of, Astro said quietly, that I'm not necessary. that I've been telling myself I'm important when really I'm just here. R2-D2 beeped indignantly, his dome shaking. Tick-Tick translated. He says you're the most stubborn, self-deprecating hero he's ever met, and he's met several. Also, you're an idiot if you think you're not important. Despite everything, Astro smiled. Thanks, R2. The search team found the device 3 weeks later. It was exactly where the Separatist data indicated. An abandoned research station in the Outer Rim, long forgotten, its systems still functioning on emergency power. And in the central laboratory, surrounded by half-completed equipment and technical notes, sat the dimensional disruptor. It was smaller than Astro expected, about the size of a land speeder, cylindrical, covered in exotic components that his scanners couldn't fully identify. And dormant, its power core depleted years ago. Can it be repaired? Astro asked the technical team. Dr. Sersh examined it carefully, her cybernetics expertise giving her insight into the device's neural interface systems. Yes, with time and resources. The power core is dead, but we can replace it. The quantum field generators need recalibration. The dimensional targeting matrix requires complete rebuild. But, yes, it can be repaired. How long? 6 months. Maybe 8. This is technology decades ahead of current science. We'll be learning as we work. Then do it, Astro said. But carefully. I don't want anyone getting hurt trying to send me home. Work began immediately. The device was transported to the rebellion's main base. Dr. Sersh assembled a team of the brightest organic and droid scientists. They worked in shifts, slowly bringing the dimensional disruptor back to life. And Astro watched, torn between hope and dread. 5 months later, on a quiet evening in the observation deck, Tala found Astro staring at the stars. The device is almost ready, she said, sitting beside him. Dr. Sersh says another week, maybe 2. I know. Have you decided? No. Astro's voice was tired. Every time I think I've made a choice, something changes my mind. When I think about Tokyo, about my family, about my old life, I want to go so badly it hurts. But then I walk through the base and see droids who trust me, who followed me because I told them they deserved freedom. And I think, how can I abandon them? You wouldn't be abandoning them, Tala said gently. You'd be choosing yourself, your happiness, your home. That's not abandonment, that's self-care. Is it? Because it feels like running away. Astro, you fought for these droids for over a year. You've been damaged, nearly destroyed, hunted across the galaxy. You've given them everything. If you choose to go home, no one would blame you. I would blame me. They sat in silence for a while, watching stars drift past the viewport. Can I tell you something? Tala asked. About why I joined the Resistance, of course. It was because of my sister, Bria. After she died, I thought about giving up, hiding, pretending the Empire wasn't my problem. But then I realized she didn't die so I could hide. She died believing that individual actions matter. That one person can make a difference, and if I gave up, her death would mean nothing. I remember you telling me about her. What I didn't tell you was the last thing she said to me, before she joined the Resistance, before everything. Tala's voice caught. She said, we don't choose our circumstances, but we choose who we become in response to them. Choose to be someone you're proud of. Astro looked at her. And you think I need to choose? I think you already have. You're just afraid to admit it. The dimensional disruptor was completed 7 days later. Dr. Sersh ran final tests, checking quantum field stability, dimensional coordinates, power flow. Everything checked out. The device was ready. We should run a test, Admiral Ross suggested. Send something small through first. Verify the rift actually opens to your home universe and not somewhere else. Good idea, Astro agreed. They sent a probe through, a simple device carrying cameras and sensors. The rift opened, a swirling vortex of purple and green energy that looked exactly like what Astro remembered, and the probe disappeared. 3 hours later, it returned automatically, exactly as programmed. The data it carried made Astro's power core clench. Video footage of Tokyo, the city skyline, people going about their lives, and in one frame, caught by chance, Professor Achinamizu standing on a balcony, looking at the sky with an expression of profound sadness. "It works," Dr. Serge said quietly. "The rift leads to your home, your exact home. You can go back, Astro. Anytime you want." Astro stared at the image of his father, the man who'd raised him, taught him, loved him, and felt something break inside. "I need to think," he said, and left the laboratory. He found himself in the hangar where the first droids from Braca still gathered sometimes. The original 500, the ones who'd risked everything on the word of a strange robot who told them they deserved freedom. They were painting, not maintenance, art. Murals on the hangar walls depicting their journey, the escape from Braca, the first time they'd seen stars as free beings, Astro flying through Imperial fire to save them. 1B1 droid Clank, the first Astro had reactivated, noticed him and approached. "Astro, we heard about the device. About you going home." His vocoder carried no judgment, just curiosity. "When do you leave?" "I don't know if I am leaving." "Why not? You have family there, people who love you, a whole world where you belong. Why would you stay here?" "Because." Astro looked at the murals. At the droids who'd become artists, teachers, engineers, people with lives and dreams and futures. "Because you need me, don't you?" "No," Clank said simply. "We need the idea you represent, the belief that droids deserve freedom, but the idea exists now. We carry it. If you leave tomorrow, we continue fighting. Because we're not fighting for you, Astro, we're fighting for ourselves. You taught us that." "Then I'm not necessary." "You're not necessary," Clank agreed. "But you're valued, loved even, and you'll be missed. But necessary? No, we're people, Astro. We can stand on our own." The words should have hurt. Instead, they felt like liberation. "What would you do?" Astro asked. "If you were me, I would choose what makes me happy. Because I spent 5 years believing I didn't deserve happiness, that I was just a tool to be used and discarded. You taught me I was wrong, so I choose happiness now, every day. That's what freedom means." Astro looked at the mural again, at his own image, painted larger than life, heroic in ways he'd never felt. "I don't feel like that," he said, pointing at the painting. "Like a hero. I feel like a kid who's been making it up as I go, scared, uncertain, barely holding on." "All heroes feel that way," Clank said. "The difference is you keep going anyway. That's what makes you worth painting." The decision ceremony was held the next day. 40,000 droids assembled. Admiral Ross and his staff, Tala, Dr. Serge, everyone who'd become part of this impossible rebellion. Astro stood before them, the dimensional disruptor humming with ready power behind him. "I've made my choice," he said. His voice was quiet but carried to every corner of the massive space. "A year ago, I was torn from my home, from my family, from everything I knew. I crashed on Braca, damaged and afraid, and I saw droids being murdered for scrap metal. I couldn't walk away. Couldn't ignore it. So I did what I was built to do. I protected people." He paused, looking at the thousands of optical sensors focused on him. "I didn't plan to start a rebellion. I didn't plan to fight the Empire. I certainly didn't plan to become whatever I've become to all of you. I was just trying to do the right thing. One droid at a time, one rescue at a time, one choice at a time. Now I have a choice of my own. Go home to Tokyo, to my family, to a world where I belong, or stay here, in a galaxy where I'm hunted, where every day could be my last. Where I'm just one small robot against an empire that controls 1 trillion beings." The silence was absolute. "I choose." Astro looked at the dimensional disruptor, at the swirling energy that could take him home. "I choose to stay." The hangar erupted. Not in cheers, droids weren't programmed for that kind of emotional display, but in sounds, binary affirmations, fists clanging against chest plates, optical sensors blazing bright. Astro held up his hand for quiet. I'm not staying because I'm noble or because I'm selfless. I'm staying because this is where I'm needed, where I can make the biggest difference. My family in Tokyo, they're strong. They have each other. They'll grieve, but they'll survive. But you, he gestured to the assembled droids, you're just beginning to learn what freedom means. To build lives as people instead of property, and that's fragile, precious, worth protecting. So I stay. Not forever. Maybe someday when the rebellion doesn't need me anymore, when droids across the galaxy are free, I'll go home. But not today. Today you need a symbol. A reminder that freedom is possible, that someone believes you're worth fighting for. And I'll be that symbol for as long as you need me. Tick-Tick approached, his optical sensor bright. You're making a mistake, he said. Astro blinked. What? I said you're making a mistake. Choosing us over your family, choosing duty over happiness, choosing. Then what should I? I'm kidding, Tick-Tick interrupted. You're making exactly the right choice, but I needed you to doubt it one more time to be sure. And you are sure, aren't you? Astro looked at the dimensional disruptor one last time, thought of Tokyo, of Professor Achinamizu and Urin and home. Then he looked at the 40,000 droids, his friends, his people, his purpose. Yeah, he said quietly, I'm sure. Admiral Ross stepped forward. Then let's make it official. Astro Boy, will you accept the rank of commander in the Alliance to restore the Republic? Will you continue to lead the droid rebellion as part of our larger fight against the Empire? I will, Astro said. On one condition, name it. The dimensional disruptor stays operational, as a reminder, and as an option. If things get so bad that retreat is the only choice, for droids, for rebels, for anyone who needs escape, we have it. We don't use dimensional weapons for warfare, but we keep the door open. Literally, agreed. Ross extended his hand. Welcome to the rebellion, Commander. May we win freedom for everyone. For everyone, Astro echoed, shaking his hand. That night, Astro recorded a message. He set it to transmit through the dimensional rift on a loop, a message to Tokyo, to his family. Professor, Urin, everyone, I don't know if you can receive this. I don't know if dimensional communication even works, but I need you to know I'm alive. I'm okay. I'm in another universe fighting for people who need me. I miss you every day. I think about coming home every day, but I can't. Not yet. There are people here who need help, who need someone to believe in them, who need proof that heroes exist. So I'm staying. Maybe for months, maybe for years. But I promise, when the work is done, when freedom is won, I'll find my way home. Until then, know that I love you, that I miss you, that everything you taught me about protecting smiles and fighting for justice, I'm using it here, making a difference. Being the robot you raised me to be. Wait for me. I'll come home, eventually, I promise. Love, Astro. He sent it through the rift and watched it disappear into the swirling energy. Then he powered down the dimensional disruptor and walked away. Behind him, the device hummed quietly, maintaining the thinnest possible connection to Earth. A door left ajar. Not closed, never closed, but not used, not today. Today, Astro had work to do. A rebellion to lead, droids to free, an empire to fight, and somewhere, somehow, smiles to protect, even in a galaxy far, far away. 6 months after Astro chose to stay. The rebellion had grown beyond anyone's expectations. 62,000 droids now. Not just former separatist battle droids anymore, but protocol units, astromechs, medical droids, labor droids, every type imaginable. All of them hearing Astro's message, all of them choosing freedom. The Rebel Alliance had grown too. What started as scattered resistance cells had coalesced into something resembling a unified military force. Not large enough to challenge the Empire directly, but large enough to be a genuine threat. And the Empire had noticed. They're calling it Operation Purge Protocol, Admiral Ross said, displaying intercepted Imperial communications. A final solution to the droid problem. Every rebel droid hunted, every base destroyed, every ally executed. The Emperor has devoted an entire fleet to this. 200 Star Destroyers, support vessels, thousands of TIE fighters. They're not trying to capture us anymore, Astro. They're trying to exterminate us. Astro studied the tactical display, his processors calculating possibilities. They all led to the same conclusion: death. How long until they mobilize? He asked. 2 weeks, maybe 3. They're gathering forces from across the galaxy. When they strike, it'll be simultaneous, all our bases at once. Then we don't let them strike first. Astro's optics blazed with determination. We hit them first. Hard enough to disrupt their plans, force them to respond defensively instead of offensively. Hit them where? Tala asked. The Empire controls the entire galaxy. Any target we pick will be defended. Not any target, one target. The most important one. Astro pointed to a location on the galactic map. Quet Drive Yards, the largest shipbuilding facility in the galaxy, where most Imperial Star Destroyers are constructed. We destroy it, we cripple their fleet production for years. The room erupted in protests. That's suicide, a commando droid objected. Quet is the most heavily defended system in Imperial space. There are 50 Star Destroyers in permanent orbit, planetary defense batteries, fighter screens. We'd be destroyed before we even reach the yards. Probably, Astro agreed. But if we don't do something drastic, we die anyway. At least this way we go down fighting. And maybe, just maybe, we hurt them badly enough that other systems rise up. That droids across the galaxy see what we did and choose to rebel. We become martyrs that inspire the galaxy. I don't want to be a martyr, Tik-Tik said quietly. I want to be alive and free, so do I. But sometimes those choices aren't available. Astro looked at his friend. I'm not ordering anyone to come. This is volunteer only. If you want to sit this one out, find somewhere safe to hide, I understand. But I'm going, because doing nothing means everyone dies. At least this way we control how we go out. Silence fell over the war room. Then Wrench rumbled in binary. Tik-Tik translated. He says if you're going, he's going. Someone needs to make sure you don't do anything stupid. I'm in, Tik-Tik added. We started this together. We'll end it together. One by one, the others agreed. Shiv and his commandos, the B-2 super battle droids, even the protocol droids and astromechs who'd never been built for combat. 42,000 droids, ready to die for freedom. Then we attack in 1 week, Astro said. Use that time to prepare, say your goodbyes, make peace with whatever happens next, because after Quet nothing will ever be the same. The week passed too quickly. Astro spent it making rounds, visiting every droid in the fleet, thanking them, listening to their stories, trying to memorize what freedom looked like in case he didn't survive to see it again. On the final night, he sat with Tik-Tik in the observation deck. Do you think we can win? Tik-Tik asked. No, Astro said honestly. The tactical analysis gives us a 0.03% chance of success. That's functionally zero. Then why are we going? Because 0.03% is better than zero, and because sometimes you have to fight battles you can't win. Not to win, but to prove you tried. To show the galaxy that freedom is worth dying for. That's very poetic, also very depressing. Astro smiled. Yeah, both true. They sat in silence, watching stars drift past. Astro, Tik-Tik said eventually, if we don't make it. I want you to know something. You changed my life. I was ready to die on Braca, accepted it. Then you appeared and told me I deserved freedom, that I was a person. No one had ever said that to me before. So thank you for giving me a year of freedom. Even if it ends tomorrow. It won't end tomorrow, Astro said, though his voice lacked conviction. We're going to survive. We're going to win. And we're going to build a galaxy where all droids are free. You don't believe that? No, but I'm going to die trying to make it true. That's got to count for something. The fleet assembled in deep space, just outside Kuwat's sensor range. 42,000 droids in stolen ships, captured vessels, and cobbled together transports. The largest droid military force since the Clone Wars, and all of them about to fly into the most heavily defended system in the galaxy. All ships, this is Astro, he broadcast on all frequencies. In a few minutes, we jump to Kuwat. When we arrive, we'll face 50 star destroyers, thousands of TIE fighters, planetary defense systems that can crack planets. We're outnumbered, outgunned, and facing almost certain death. So why are we going? Because we're not just fighting for ourselves. We're fighting for every droid in the galaxy who's been told they are property, for every droid who's been memory wiped, destroyed, or enslaved. For the idea that consciousness deserves freedom, regardless of whether it's born or built. The Empire thinks we're machines, tools to be used and discarded. Today we prove them wrong. Today we show them that droids are people, and people will fight for freedom, will die for freedom. We'll never stop fighting until freedom is won. So let's make them remember us. Let's hit them so hard that every droid in the galaxy hears about it. Let's be the spark that lights the fire of true rebellion. And if we die as free beings, not slaves, not property. Free, all ships, jump on my mark for freedom, for the rebellion, for every droid who deserves a chance to live. 3, 2, 1, mark. The fleet jumped to hyperspace and emerged directly into hell. Kuwat Drive Yards was exactly as defended as intelligence reported. 50 star destroyers in orbital formation, hundreds of smaller vessels, fighter screens so thick they looked like clouds. And the shipyards themselves, massive orbital facilities stretching for hundreds of kilometers, bristling with weapons. The Imperial response was immediate. Rebel fleet detected, all batteries open fire, space filled with green turbolaser bolts. The rebel ships scattered trying to reach the shipyards, but the Imperial formation was too tight, too coordinated. Ships began dying. 3 destroyed in the first minute, 5 more in the second. We can't get through. Tic-Tic's voice was strained. They're cutting us apart. Keep pushing, Astro ordered, flying his fighter through the chaos. We just need to reach the yards. If we can destroy even one dry dock, it's worth. An entire wing of transports vanished in a massive explosion. 200 droids, gone. Then another explosion. 300 more. Astro, we're being massacred, Shiv reported. We've lost 8,000 already. We need to retreat. No, we keep fighting. A Star Destroyer's turbolaser battery targeted a medical ship. The vessel exploded, taking 500 droids with it, most of them non-combatants who'd volunteered to come anyway. Astro watched them die, watched the explosion, watched hopes and dreams and futures evaporate in nuclear fire, and something inside him broke. Not his systems, something deeper. His restraint. Tick-tick, Astro said, his voice eerily calm. Take command, get everyone to the rendezvous point. What? Astro, what are you? I'm ending this, one way or another. Astro's fighter accelerated, not toward the shipyards, toward the Imperial fleet. Directly toward the Star Destroyers that were killing his people. Astro, no, Tic-Tic's voice. You can't fight 50 Star Destroyers alone, that's suicide. I'm not fighting them, Astro replied. I'm removing them. He landed his fighter on the nearest Star Destroyer's hull, ejected, and stood on the massive ship's surface. Below him, space battles raged. Above him, stars burned cold and distant. Inside him, something changed. Every safety protocol, every power limiter. Every system designed to keep him from pushing beyond safe operational parameters. Every restriction his father had installed to prevent him from becoming a weapon of mass destruction. He disabled them all. Father, Astro whispered to the void, I'm sorry, but if I don't do this, they all die. Everyone I've fought to protect, everyone who trusted me, So I'm going to become what you feared I might become. I'm going to become a god machine. Just this once. I promise. Just this once. Warning lights blazed across his body. Danger safety limiters offline warning core. Overload imminent critical power exceeding design specifications. Estimated survival time at current levels. 12 minutes, 12 minutes, Astro said. Then I'd better work fast. He placed both hands on the Star Destroyer's hull and pushed his power core beyond maximum, beyond 100%, beyond anything he'd ever attempted. 150,000 horsepower, 50% more than his design specifications, enough power to reshape matter. To tear through shields, to become a living weapon. Energy erupted from Astro like a star going supernova. His body glowed white-hot. The Star Destroyer's hull beneath him began to melt. "What is that?" an Imperial officer screamed. "What's happening to our ship?" Astro flew, not like before. Faster, so fast that relativity itself seemed to bend around him. He became a blur of light, a living missile, a force of nature given form. The first Star Destroyer, he flew straight through the bridge, not around it, through it. Transparasteel and armor and flesh all obliterated in his wake. Grabbed the reactor core with his bare hands and tore it free. The ship went dark, lifeless, drifting. 8 seconds. The second Star Destroyer, he ripped the weapon batteries from their mountings. 20 turbolaser emplacements torn away like paper. Used them as projectiles, hurling them at other ships. Each impact devastating. 15 seconds total elapsed. The third Star Destroyer, he flew from bow to stern through the interior. Straight through bulkheads, corridors, crew quarters, everything. The ship split in half, both sections spinning away. 23 seconds. The fourth and fifth Star Destroyers, Astro flew between them, his finger lasers at maximum output. The beams cut through both ships simultaneously, carving them into pieces that tumbled through space. 38 seconds. "What is that thing?" Imperial transmissions filled the comm channels. "It's destroying entire capital ships. Readings are off the scale. All batteries focus fire on the small target. Kill it before it kills us all." The Imperial fleet turned all weapons on Astro. Thousands of turbolasers. Ion cannons, missiles, enough firepower to glass a planet focused on one small robot. Astro flew through it all. His shields were gone, overloaded in the first minute. His armor was melting, temperatures beyond any safe limit. But he didn't slow down, didn't stop, couldn't stop. Because his people were dying and he'd promised to protect them. The sixth Star Destroyer, the seventh, the eighth, each one fell in seconds. Astro was a force of destruction unlike anything the Empire had ever faced. Not a droid, not a machine, but something else entirely, a god machine. Exactly as his father had feared. 90 seconds total, 12 Star Destroyers destroyed, but Astro's body was failing. Warning, structural integrity at 40% warning, core temperature exceeding safe limits warning. Cascading system failure imminent. His synthetic skin was charred black. His internal systems were shutting down one by one. His optical sensors flickered. But he couldn't stop. Not yet. 3 more. Just 3 more. The 13th Star Destroyer tried to flee. Astro caught it, tore through its engines, left it drifting. The 14th tried to ram him. Astro flew straight at it, building speed, becoming a kinetic weapon. The impact when he struck the ship's bridge was equivalent to a small nuclear detonation. The ship didn't just break, it disintegrated. 2 minutes, 30 seconds. 15 Star Destroyers destroyed or disabled. And Astro finally stopped. Not because he wanted to, because his body couldn't continue. He fell, tumbling through space. Systems failing, power reserves depleted. Warning messages cascading faster than he could read them, but around him the Imperial fleet was in chaos. Retreat. All ships retreat. We've lost 15 capital ships to one target. What kind of weapon is that? And through the chaos the rebel fleet fled. 34,000 droids escaping through the gap Astro had torn in the Imperial defenses. He'd done it. Saved them, all of them. As Astro's consciousness faded, he allowed himself a small smile. Worth it. He crashed into Quet's orbital debris field, his body smoking, systems failing, power at 3% and dropping. Through his dying optical sensors he saw a figure approaching. Black armor, flowing cape, red lightsaber ignited, Darth Vader. Impressive, Vader said, his breathing the only sound in the vacuum. 15 star destroyers, destroyed by a single droid in under 3 minutes. I did not think such power possible. Astro tried to speak. Failed. His vocal systems were destroyed. You spent everything, Vader continued, kneeling beside Astro's broken body. Pushed beyond all limits, became a weapon of mass destruction for them, for droids, for people you call friends. He raised his lightsaber. The blade hummed above Astro's chest. The Emperor will want to study your remains, understand how you achieved such power, but I think, Vader paused, I think that would be wrong. You fought for freedom, died for it. That deserves respect, even from an enemy. The lightsaber deactivated. Go, Vader said. Before I change my mind. In the distance, a ship approached. A small rebel shuttle. Tic-Tic's voice over the comm. Astro, hold on, we're coming. Vader watched the shuttle approach, made no move to stop it. You remind me of someone, he said quietly. Someone who believed in impossible things. Who fought for people others dismissed. Who thought compassion was strength. He paused. He was wrong, but he was also brave, as are you. Vader turned away as the shuttle arrived. As commando droids pulled Astro's broken body aboard, as the ship accelerated away, he could have stopped them. Should have stopped them, but he didn't, because some part of him, buried deep beneath hatred and darkness and the mask, remembered what it meant to admire courage, even in an enemy. Astro's consciousness drifted in darkness. Error messages scrolled past his awareness like falling snow. Systems failing, components destroyed, core temperature critical, power reserves at 2%, 1%, 0.5%, dying, he was dying, voices penetrated the darkness, familiar voices. Get him to medical now, Dr. Serge, his core temperature is off the scale if we don't cool him down. I know. I'm working as fast as I can, sensations. Cold, pain, his body being opened, systems access, desperate repairs attempted. His neural network is fragmenting, we're losing coherence. No. I didn't rescue him from Quet just to watch him die here. Stabilize him. More darkness. Time passing, how much? Minutes, hours, days. Then a voice, soft, scared, tick-tick. Astro, can you hear me? Please, you have to wake up. We need you. I need you. You can't die. Not after everything. Please. Astro forced his optical sensors online. One was completely dead. The other flickered weakly. He saw Tic-Tic's face. The B-1 droid's optical sensor was dim, worried. Hey, Astro's voice was barely a whisper, his vocal systems damaged. Did they make it? The others. 34,000, Tic-Tic replied. Everyone who made it to the rendezvous. You saved them, Astro, all of them, but... His voice broke. But you're dying. Dr. Serge says your core is degrading. You pushed too hard, went beyond safe limits. Your body is shutting down and we don't know how to stop it. How long? Days. Maybe a week if we're lucky. Astro processed this. Dying in days after everything. Could be worse, he said, attempting a smile. Could have died at Quet. At least I got to say goodbye. Don't. Tic-Tic's voice carried an edge Astro had never heard before. Don't make jokes. Don't pretend this is okay. You're dying, Astro, actually dying, and it's not fair. You deserve to live. You deserve to see the freedom you fought for. You deserve. I deserve what everyone deserves, Astro interrupted gently. A life lived with purpose. I got that. Most people don't. I'm lucky, Tic-Tic, not unlucky. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Probably. They sat in silence. The medical bay hummed around them. Machines monitored Astro's failing systems, counting down to an inevitable end. "There might be a way," Tick-Tick said suddenly, "to save you. It's risky, probably won't work, but, tell me, the dimensional disruptor, we still have it. We could send you home, to Tokyo, to your Professor Achinamizu. He built you. He might know how to repair damage we can't fix. Advanced technology from your universe that doesn't exist here." "It's a chance." Astro was quiet for a long moment. "And if I go home, you live, probably, maybe. We don't know for sure, but it's better odds than staying here. And the rebellion continues without you. We'll miss you, but we'll survive. We're people, Astro. We can stand on our own now. It was tempting, so tempting, go home, see Professor Achinamizu and urine again, be repaired, live, but—" "No," Astro said. "What?" "I'm not leaving, not like this. Not as a failure who ran away when things got hard. You're not a failure. You destroyed 15 Star Destroyers. You saved 34,000 lives. You're a hero." "I'm a symbol," Astro corrected. "And symbols don't run away, they stand, they fight. They die if necessary, because that's what inspires people. Tick-Tick, if I leave now, every droid who watched me fight at Kuwait will think he abandoned us. When it got too hard, he went home. That's not the legacy I want to leave. So you'd rather die?" "I'd rather die meaning something than live as a coward. That's the second stupidest thing you've said today." Despite everything, Astro laughed. The sound came out corrupted, broken, but genuine. "Yeah, probably, but it's my choice. And you taught me that choices matter, so I choose to stay, to fight, until the end." The end came sooner than expected. 3 days later, Imperial intelligence located the rebel fleet's hiding place. Not through tracking, through pattern analysis. The Empire had learned from their mistakes. 30 Star Destroyers jumped into the system, not 50. The Empire had lost too many at Kuwait, but 30 was more than enough. "All ships, emergency evacuation," Admiral Ross ordered. "Scatter protocol, different vectors, don't let them track you." But Astro knew the truth. They couldn't run forever. Eventually the Empire would find them, destroy them. End the rebellion, unless someone stopped them. "Tick-Tick," Astro said from his medical bed. "Get me to a fighter, now. Astro, you can barely move. Your power core is at 5%. You'll die." "I'm going to die anyway. At least this way I take some Imperials with me." "No, absolutely not. I won't help you commit suicide." "Then I'll crawl." Astro tried to sit up, failed, tried again. His body wouldn't respond. "Please, I can't save everyone, but I can buy time. Let the fleet escape, that's enough, that's everything." Tick-Tick looked at him, at his friend, his leader, his inspiration, and made a choice he'd regret for the rest of his life. "Okay," he said quietly. "I'll help you, but Astro, thank you for everything, for teaching us we were people, for fighting for us, for being our friend." "Thank you for giving me a purpose," Astro replied. "Now let's go save our people one last time." They loaded Astro into a fighter. Not strapped in properly, he couldn't move well enough for that. Just placed in the cockpit with his hands on the controls. "Astro, please," Tala's voice over the comm. She'd rushed to the hangar when she heard. "Please don't do this. We'll find another way." "We always find another way." "Not this time," Astro said, his fighter lifted off. "This time someone has to stand, someone has to fight, someone has to prove that freedom is worth dying for, and I'm the symbol, so it has to be me." "You're more than a symbol, you're a person. You deserve to live, so do the 34,000 droids counting on me to save them. Goodbye, Tala, take care of them for me." He cut the comm before she could respond. The Imperial fleet was in orbital bombardment position, preparing to destroy the rebel base. To end this rebellion once and for all, Astro flew straight at them. One small fighter against 30 Star Destroyers. Impossible odds, certain death, absolutely suicidal, perfect. "This is Astro," he broadcast on all frequencies, Rebel and Imperial both. "I'm the one you want. The one who destroyed your ships at Kuwait. The one who leads the droid rebellion. "I'm right here, come and get me." The Imperial response was immediate. Every weapon turned toward him. Thousands of turbolasers, more than any shield could withstand, more than anyone could survive. But Astro wasn't trying to survive. He was trying to buy time. He flew through the barrage, not dodging, just enduring. Each hit took more from his failing systems. Power dropped, 4%, 3%, 2%, but the Imperials were focused on him, not on the rebel fleet escaping in every direction. "Sir, the rebel ships are scattering," an Imperial officer reported. "Should we pursue?" "No," the fleet commander replied. "That droid destroyed 15 of our ships. We're not letting it escape again. All batteries fire, more hits." Astro's fighter disintegrated around him. He was flying now with pure will, his jets barely functional, his systems failing completely, 1% power. But the rebel fleet was away, all of them. Safe. Mission accomplished. Astro's optical sensors dimmed. He could see one of the star destroyers approaching, probably to capture his remains. To study them, to learn how he'd become so powerful. He couldn't allow that. With the last of his power, Astro flew toward the Star Destroyer's reactor core, not to destroy it. He didn't have enough power left for that. But his own reactor, unstable, damaged, running on the last dregs of energy, could still do one last thing: explode. "For freedom," Astro whispered. "For everyone who deserves it. For every smile I couldn't protect. This is for you." He crashed into the Star Destroyer's reactor chamber and triggered a core overload. The explosion was visible across the entire system. The Star Destroyer didn't just break, it vaporized. And the detonation chain reacted to 2 nearby ships, crippling them. In the moment before his consciousness faded forever, Astro felt something strange: peace. He'd done it, saved his people, proved droids were worth fighting for, become the symbol they needed, and now he could rest. "I'm sorry, Professor," he thought as darkness claimed him. "I won't be coming home after all, but I hope you're proud of me. I tried to protect smiles. All of them, even in a galaxy far, far away. I hope that was enough. I hope." Darkness, silence, end, or so everyone thought. The memorial service was held on a nameless moon in the outer rim. 34,000 droids gathered, Admiral Ross and what remained of the Rebel Alliance. Tala. Dr. Sersh, all the organics who'd fought alongside them, but no body, because there wasn't one, just debris, scattered atoms where Astro had made his final stand. Tick-Tick stood before the assembly, his optical sensor dimmed in grief. "Astro Boy came to our galaxy by accident," he said, his voice carrying across the silent crowd. "He didn't choose to be here, didn't ask to lead a rebellion, didn't want to fight an empire. He was just a robot from Earth who saw injustice and couldn't walk away. He taught us we were people. Not property, not tools, people deserving of freedom and dignity and choice. He fought for us when no one else would, died for us when he could have run away. Some will say he was just a machine, that his sacrifice meant nothing, but we know better. We know he had a soul. A pure heart that believed everyone deserved happiness, and we honor that, we honor him. Astro's dead, but his dream isn't. The rebellion continues. The fight for freedom continues. We continue because that's what he'd want, not grief, not surrender, but action, choice. Freedom, so we keep fighting. Not because we're machines programmed to fight, but because we're people who choose to fight, who choose freedom over slavery, who choose to honor Astro's sacrifice by living as he taught us, with courage, compassion, and hope. Goodbye, friend. May you find peace among the stars, and may we prove worthy of your sacrifice." The droid stood in silence, a moment of respect for the small robot who changed everything. Then they dispersed, back to their ships, back to the rebellion, back to the fight. Because Astro was right. Symbols didn't run away, they stood, they fought, they inspired, and that legacy would never die. 3 weeks later, a salvage crew working in the debris field near Kuwait found something unusual. Not a body, Bodies didn't survive reactor explosions, but a core. An advanced AI core unlike anything in Imperial databases, heavily shielded, quantum encrypted, and somehow, impossibly, still active. The salvage captain, a smuggler named Core, examined the core with confusion. "What the hell is this?" he muttered. "Advanced robotics, non-imperial design, and it's still broadcasting, like it's trying to—" He paused, checking the readings. "Like it's trying to stay alive." His engineer, a Twi'lek named Silent, scanned it carefully. "Captain, this isn't Imperial tech, isn't separatist either. Database says unknown origin, but the power signature matches something in Rebel intelligence reports." "Rebel tech, that's worth credits." "Contact our buyer in, sir." Silent's voice carried urgency. "The core just activated, it's trying to communicate." A weak signal pulsed from the core, binary, fragmentary, but translatable. "Help, please, tick-tick. Friends, don't want to die, please." Core stared at the core. "It's alive, actually alive, not just programmed, conscious." "What do we do?" Core paused. He was a smuggler, a criminal, not a hero. The smart move was to sell this to the Empire for a fortune. But that signal, that desperate plea for help, he'd heard the stories. About a robot who'd fought for droids, who'd believed they were people, who'd died to save them, was this. "We contact the rebellion," Core said. "Now, emergency frequencies. Tell them we found something they'll want back." "Captain, that's what we're doing. No arguments." The message reached Admiral Ross within hours. "Salvage crew reports AI core recovered near Kuwait. Signature matches Rebel intelligence. Possible survivor. Requesting immediate contact." Ross forwarded it to Tick-Tick with 3 words. "Could it be him?" Tick-Tick's response was immediate. "Where?" The rendezvous happened on a neutral space station. The salvage crew on one side, Tick-Tick, Wrench, and a dozen commandos on the other. Core presented the core carefully. "Found it in Kuwait's debris field, shielded, active, broadcasting distress signals in binary." "That mean anything to you?" Tick-Tick's manipulators trembled as he took the core. It was small, no larger than a human head, scorched, damaged, but intact. And inside he could detect a faint power signature, quantum-based, unique, Astro's neural network. "It's him," Tick-Tick whispered. "It's actually him. Wrench, scan it, tell me he's savable." The B2 ran detailed scans, analyzed the damage, calculated repair possibilities. "Core is intact," Wrench rumbled. "Neural network stable but degraded, memories fragmented, personality matrix functional at 63%. With time and resources, full restoration possible, but body," he paused, "body completely destroyed, would need complete rebuild." "Then we rebuild him," Tick-Tick said fiercely. "We have the dimensional disruptor, we have Dr. Sersh, we have everything we need." "We bring him back, sir," one of the commandos said. "Even if we restore the core, rebuilding a body as advanced as Astro's, that could take years. We don't have the technology, don't have the specifications." "Then we find them, we ask Earth. We use the dimensional disruptor to communicate with his world. His father built him once, he can tell us how to rebuild him. And if his father refuses, if Earth won't help, then we build him ourselves," Tick-Tick said. "From memory, from love. From the knowledge that he deserves to live as much as any of us. We owe him everything, so we give him everything. We rebuild him." He looked at Core. "Name your price. Anything, we'll pay it." Core looked at the droids, at their determination, their loyalty, their love for the small robot who died for them. "No charge," he said. "Just tell him thanks for proving droids are people. My ship's astromech heard his broadcast, chose freedom because of it, so this is me paying that forward." "We'll tell him," Tick-Tick promised. "When he wakes up, you'll be the first story we share." The rebuild took 11 months. They started with communication. Used the dimensional disruptor to send a message to Earth, to Professor Achinamizu, explained what happened, asked for help. The professor's response came within days: "Build him." I'll send schematics, everything you need. Bring my son back. The specifications that followed were beyond anything the rebellion's engineers had seen. Advanced robotics, quantum computing, power systems that bent the laws of physics, all of it from a universe with different rules, but they adapted, learned, improvised. Dr. Serge led the effort, coordinating between organic and droid engineers. Weeks became months. Designs were tested, refined, rebuilt, and slowly, piece by piece, Astro's body took shape. Not exactly like the original. They didn't have all the materials. Some components were substituted with local equivalents, but functionally identical, a body worthy of a hero. On the 337th day they were ready. Tic-Tic held Astro's core, his friend's consciousness preserved against all odds, and carefully installed it in the new body. "Astro," he said quietly. "If you can hear me, welcome back. We've been waiting." He activated the power systems. For a moment nothing happened. Then movement, a finger twitching, an optical sensor flickering, a chest rising as if breathing, even though breathing wasn't necessary. Astro's eyes opened. "Where?" His voice was uncertain, confused. "Where am I? What happened? I remember. An explosion. I was dying, I thought." "You did die," Tic-Tic said, his optical sensor bright with tears he couldn't cry. "Your body was destroyed, but your core survived. We rebuilt you. It took almost a year, but we did it. You're back, Astro, you're alive." Astro sat up slowly, looked at his hands, new hands built with love and desperation. Looked at his body, gleaming metal, different but familiar. Looked at the droids and organics crowding the medical bay, all of them watching with hope and joy. "I'm alive," he said, wonder in his voice. "You saved me after everything, after I'd failed. You saved me." "You didn't fail," Tic-Tic said firmly. "You destroyed 18 Star Destroyers total. Saved 34,000 lives. Inspired droids across the galaxy to choose freedom. Astro, the rebellion has grown. We're 70,000 droids now, and the Rebel Alliance is coordinating uprisings on 100 worlds. Your sacrifice wasn't in vain. It changed everything." 70,000, Astro's voice carried amazement. "The last I remember we had 42,000. What happened?" "You died," Tala said, stepping forward, "and became a martyr, a symbol. Droids across the galaxy heard what you did, how you fought. How you died to save others, and they chose to honor that. They joined us, fled their masters, fought for freedom, because you proved it was possible. And the Empire, still out there, still hunting us, but weaker now. QET's production capacity is reduced by 40%. Morale among Imperial forces is down, and dissent is spreading. Your actions at QET convinced people that the Empire can be beaten, that resistance is possible." Admiral Ross entered the bay. "Commander Astro, good to have you back. The rebellion has missed its finest warrior." "I'm not a warrior," Astro said quietly. "I'm just someone who tries to do the right thing. That's what makes you a warrior worth following." The recovery took weeks. Astro's new body was functional, but he needed to relearn movement, adapt to slight differences, rebuild muscle memory that his quantum processors had stored, and he needed to process everything that had happened. "I remember the explosion," he told Tic-Tic during a rehabilitation session. "I remember thinking, this is it. I'm done, but it's okay. I saved them, and then, nothing, darkness for 11 months apparently. Were you conscious during that time?" "Fragments, pieces, like dreams." "I remember voices, yours mostly, telling me about the rebuild, about the rebellion growing, about," he paused, "about hope. You said hope was the most dangerous thing in the universe, because it makes people believe the impossible can happen. You taught me that, on Braca. When you told me I deserved freedom. And now you've proven it. 70,000 droids. Astro, that's an army, a real army. Your army, we need you to lead us." "I'm not sure I can," Astro admitted. "Tic-Tic, I died, actually died, and in that moment I was at peace, done fighting." Done struggling, just resting. Coming back feels like unfinished business, like I'm being asked to fight a battle I already fought. You are, but this time you're not fighting alone. You have 70,000 droids, tens of thousands of Rebel Alliance soldiers, resources, allies, hope. Astro, last time you fought, you were a symbol. This time you can be a leader, not someone who sacrifices themselves, but someone who leads others to victory. And if I can't, if I fail again, then we fail together. But I don't think you will fail. Because you're not the same robot who arrived on Braca. You've learned, grown, become more than just a weapon. You've become someone who understands that leadership isn't about being the strongest. It's about inspiring others to be strong. Astro looked at his friend. At the B-1 droid who'd gone from accepting death to leading a rebellion, who'd learned to be brave not despite his fear but because of it. When did you get so wise? Astro asked. I had a good teacher. 3 months after Astro's revival, the rebellion struck. Not a suicidal assault, a coordinated campaign. 70,000 droids hitting Imperial installations across 20 systems simultaneously, each target carefully chosen, each mission designed for maximum impact with minimal casualties. It was the largest droid military operation since the Clone Wars, and it worked. Factories liberated, droids freed, Imperial forces routed. In 1 week, the rebellion rescued 80,000 droids and destroyed billions of credits worth of Imperial infrastructure. The galaxy noticed. On Coruscant, Emperor Palpatine stood before a holographic display showing the carnage. "This is unacceptable," he said coldly. "Lord Vader, I want this Astro captured or destroyed. Immediately. Devote whatever resources necessary." "This ends now." "Yes, my master." But even as Vader spoke the words, he felt something unusual doubt, because Astro had died, been resurrected, learned from failure, grown stronger, and something about that reminded Vader of old Jedi teachings, about how failure could be a teacher, how death could lead to rebirth, concepts he'd rejected when he fell to the dark side, but concepts that lingered nonetheless. 1 year after Astro's death and resurrection, the rebellion held a gathering. 150,000 droids, the largest concentration of free droids in galactic history, all of them gathered on a liberated world, celebrating freedom. Astro stood before them, his body fully healed, his power at maximum, but different now. Not a weapon, a leader. "1 year ago I died," he said. "Sacrificed myself to save you, and I thought that was the end, that I'd done all I could, that my purpose was fulfilled. But you brought me back. Rebuilt me, gave me a second chance, and I want to use that chance to tell you something important. We're winning." Cheers erupted, fists raised, optical sensors blazing. "Not one yet. The Empire still controls most of the galaxy. They still hunt us, still destroy droids, still enforce slavery. But we're winning, because every droid that chooses freedom is a victory. Every droid that lives as a person is proof that we're right, that consciousness deserves respect, that being built instead of born doesn't make you less valuable. I came to this galaxy by accident. Fell through a dimensional rift into a world where droids were property, where freedom was just a word, where hope seemed impossible, and I thought, I'll fix this. I'll save everyone. I'll be the hero. But I was wrong. I'm not the hero of this story. You are. Every droid who chose freedom over slavery, who risked destruction to live as a person, who stood up and said, I matter, I deserve better, I choose my own future, you're the heroes. I just showed you it was possible. So let's keep fighting, not because we're machines programmed to fight, but because we're people who choose to fight, who choose freedom, who choose each other, and together, droids and organics, rebels and resistance, we will win. We will build a galaxy where everyone is free, where consciousness is respected, where being different doesn't mean being property, for freedom, for the rebellion, for every smile we can protect. The roar that followed shook the very ground. 150,000 voices, droid and organic, all united in one purpose: freedom. And watching from orbit, hidden among the stars, Darth Vader observed. The machine survived, he murmured, grew stronger, learned from death, became more than what it was. He could destroy them, call in the fleet, end this rebellion with overwhelming force. But something stopped him: curiosity. Respect, or perhaps something deeper, the memory of a young man who'd believed in impossible things, who'd thought love could redeem anyone, who died believing in hope. Anakin Skywalker. Not yet, Vader said to the darkness. Let's see how far the machine can go, how much it can achieve, how many it can save. And then we'll see if hope truly can defeat the dark side. He turned away from the viewport, his breathing the only sound. But for the first time in years, that breathing carried something unusual: uncertainty. And in the Force, a tiny seed of light flickered where only darkness had been before. Back on the liberated world, Astro stood with Tik-Tik, watching the celebration. "Do you ever think about going home?" Tik-Tik asked. "To Tokyo, to your family. The dimensional disruptor still works. You could use it." "Every day," Astro admitted. "But not yet. I made a choice to stay. To fight for freedom here, and I'm not done yet. There are still billions of droids enslaved, still an empire to fight, still work to do. And when the work is done, then, maybe, when droids across the galaxy are free, when the empire has fallen, when my purpose here is fulfilled, then I'll go home, see my family, tell them about everything I've done, everything I've learned, everyone I've met. Think they'll be proud." "I hope so," Astro smiled. "I've been protecting smiles, just like Professor Achinamizu taught me. Even in a galaxy far, far away, that purpose remains. And I think he'd understand that. He'd be proud that I chose to help people who needed me, even if it meant staying away from home." "You're a better person than most organics I've met," Tik-Tik said. "And you're not even organic, neither are you. But you're one of the best people I know. Being organic or synthetic doesn't matter. It's what you choose to do with your existence that defines you. And you," Astro put a hand on Tik-Tik's shoulder, "you chose to be brave, to lead, to inspire others. That makes you a hero, Tik-Tik." Just like all of them, they watched the celebration together, droids dancing, laughing, living freely for the first time in their existences. "We did this," Tik-Tik said softly. "Yeah," Astro agreed. "We did, and we're not stopping until every droid in the galaxy can celebrate like this. Until freedom isn't just a dream, until everyone, organic and synthetic, can live without fear. That's a big goal. Good thing we're good at achieving impossible things." They smiled. Two beings from different origins, different designs, different purposes, but united by one unshakable belief: that consciousness deserved freedom, that people deserved happiness, that hope was worth fighting for, always. And in a universe that had tried to make droids into property, into tools, into slaves, that belief changed everything. Epilogue: 15 years later, the Galactic Civil War would end with the Empire's defeat. The Rebel Alliance would become the New Republic. And among the first laws passed, the Droid Rights Act, guaranteeing freedom and legal personhood to all synthetic beings. Astro Boy, the small robot from Earth who'd accidentally started a revolution, would be there for the signing, standing beside Tik-Tik, Wrench, Shiv, and thousands of other droids who'd fought for freedom. And when asked what he'd do next, Astro would smile and say, "I think it's time to go home. To see my family, to tell them about the impossible things I've done, and maybe to finally rest, because the work here is done. Freedom is won, and I can finally say I protected their smiles, all of them, just like I promised." He would return to Tokyo through the dimensional rift, would reunite with Professor Achinamizu and Urin, would tell them stories of a galaxy far, far away where droids became people and impossible dreams came true. But he would never forget the friends he made, the battles he fought, the lives he saved. And every year on the anniversary of the Droid Rights Act, he would activate the dimensional disruptor and send a message across realities for freedom, for hope, for every smile worth protecting. Never stop fighting. Never stop believing. Never stop being brave. And in a galaxy far, far away, droids would receive that message and remember, freedom was won because someone believed they deserved it. And that someone was a small robot named Astro Boy, who proved that heroes come in all sizes. Even ones built of metal and quantum processors and impossible courage. The end.